Buddy. Good evening. We'd like to get this meeting started. We're going to call our meeting to order. Mr. Calderon, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Ayala?
Here.
Councilmember Rhodes?
Here.
Councilmember Litzter? Here. Mayor Pro Tem Judge?
Here.
Mayor Kavanaugh?
Here. Are there any items for agenda review?
Madam Mayor, there are two. First, I would like to recommend that we move item 3C1, the Youth Council presentation, ahead of item 3B1, the presentation by the Army Corps of Engineers and WM regarding the fire debris, so the Youth Council member can go home. And I would also let you know that there is a supplemental on item 9A.
9A. Okay, thank you.
And I would like to also, if this is the appropriate time, make a change to the agenda. I would move that item 9, which is new business, which is discussing the waste management grant allowance, be moved to precede item 7, so that those who are here for that are not here all night.
Any disagreement? Okay, so we'll move item 9 prior to item 7. Is that what you said?
Yes, please.
Consent calendar? Okay, thank you.
And I only had one other thing to add, Madam Mayor, is that there was nothing to report at a closed session.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Attorney.
I move that all resolutions and ordinances presented tonight be read in title only and all further reading be waived.
Second.
Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. If any member of the City Council may have a conflict of interest or any reason why that member must abstain from consideration of any matter on this agenda, he or she should so declare at this time. Seeing none, we can move on.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, the first item on the agenda is item 1D1, presentation of a proclamation declaring the week of May 18th through May 24, 2025 as Public Works Week. And Public Works Director Ron Fuchiwaki is here to present this item. And accepting the proclamation is Assistant Public Works Director Al Sexton and Deputy Public Works Director of Transit Ben Gonzalez.
Good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh and council members. I want to thank the audience all for showing up for Public Works Week. It is my pleasure tonight to join the City Council in proclaiming the week of May 18th through May 24th as Public Works Week. Not only is it a time to recognize the efforts of the department that provides great customer service to the citizens of Simi Valley, but it is an opportunity to recognize the men and women that operate and maintain these facilities and provide services to the community. These facilities and services include engineering, streets and highways, landscaping, public buildings, water, sewer, environmental monitoring, and transit. I'm especially proud of our Simi Valley Public Works employees that work day and sometimes nights to ensure the community has a well-operated and maintained public infrastructure. Now I would like to join the City Council in proclaiming the week of May 18th through May 24th as Public Works Week in the city of Simi Valley. Well, that goes back a long ways.
I was just going to say great, but I'm not sure you're in the right city tonight, Mr. Fujiwaki. I think you all appreciate how much our Public Works does for us. What is it you always say? They keep Simi Valley running or moving? Keep Simi Valley moving in all ways. So we just really can't thank all of you guys enough. So you want to say a couple of words?
Sure. I really appreciate the opportunity to help lead a department that is pretty much the backbone of the city in terms of running the utilities and keeping the infrastructure running. So it's an honor to be a Public Works employee for the city of Simi Valley.
Just want to thank you and the council for this recognition. Much appreciated.
Well, we thank you guys a lot, because if you weren't doing your job, then we'd all be in trouble. So we really thank you a lot. Do you want a picture, Kristen? Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 1D2, presentation of certificates of appreciation to outgoing Community Projects Grant Review Committee members, and Senior Management Analyst Cynthia McCullough is here to present this item.
Good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh and members of the City Council. In 2011, the City Council and Waste Management executed a Memorandum of Understanding which provides annual grant funding of $150,000. The City Council awards funding to nonprofit organizations for community projects and programs that benefit the Simi Valley community. In 2017, the City Council created the CPG Review Committee consisting of 7 representatives, one from each of the 4 neighborhood councils, the Council on Aging, Youth Council, and the community at large. The review committee provides public input and a funding recommendation for City Council consideration. Each year, the requests have well exceeded the amount available, and all the deserving programs and projects are not able to be funded. This year, the review committee first met in April to develop its review process for evaluating the 23 eligible funding requests that totaled over $590,000. In May, the review committee met again to receive public comments, presentations from the applying organizations, and discuss the funding requests. After discussion, the review committee concluded its service by providing its funding recommendation for City Council consideration that will be presented later this evening. To show our appreciation, the review committee members who are present this evening are asked to come forward to be recognized for their contribution of time, leadership, and service to the community. Representing Neighborhood Council Number 1, Laura Hurd. Representing Neighborhood Council Number 2, Teresa Ramirez. Representing Neighborhood Council Number 3, Ravithi Padhoda. Representing Neighborhood Council Number 4, Bobby Calderon. Representing the Council on Aging, Al Brown. Representing the Youth Council, Amon Surdreeth. And representing the community at large, Gerald Placeris. Please join me in congratulating them on a job well done.
And I'm smart enough to not give Al the microphone tonight. We just want to, on behalf of the whole City Council, we want to thank you for the hard work you do dispensing this money. There's always more demand than there is for it, and it's a very difficult decision that you guys make, and we really, really appreciate all the time, effort, and work you put into it, as I'm sure all of the recipients do too. So thank you very, very much.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 2, public statements on appointments, special presentations, and informational reports. We have no speakers for this item this evening. Oh, my apologies. We do have one speaker, Melissa Bumstead. We have no speakers for this item this evening. Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 3A1, selection of up to 2 City Council members to participate in the Ventura County Film Commission Roundtable, and Community Services Coordinator Ryan Fowler is here to present this item.
Good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh and members of the City Council. The Ventura County Film Commission periodically hosts film discussions with the City of Simi Valley and other stakeholders. Past discussion topics have included film activity, the permitting process, and film promotion, marketing, and partnerships to promote Simi Valley filming locations. The city has been invited to participate in a film roundtable discussion on Thursday, May 29th, 2025, from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. at 99.1 The Ranch, located inside the Simi Valley Town Center. The Ventura County Film Commission, in partnership with the Simi Valley Chamber of Commerce, is hosting the roundtable discussion with local studio owners, entertainment industry members, and other stakeholders. The Chamber's initial invitation included the mayor and all council members. However, to avoid a potential city council quorum at the roundtable, staff is recommending that the city council designate up to 2 representatives to participate in the discussion. This concludes the report, and staff is available to answer any questions at this time.
Any questions? I am planning on attending, so I would be welcome to being one of the 2.
And I'm out of town. I won't be able
That
to.
eliminates you.
And I was going to suggest, I'm out of town as well. I was going to suggest if our Mayor Pro Tem wanted to attend, it might be appropriate for the 2 of you.
He can't make it either. It looks like it's
Mr.
Councilmember
Ayala, would you
Ayala and
like to
I.
attend?
I am wanting to go. So yes, I will go with the mayor, and if someone, let's go ahead and do that.
All right, thank you.
Just to be clear, I am wanting to go. I just don't get to go.
Okay, good. Just so everyone's clear, right?
All right, do I have a motion?
I would move that the Mayor Kavanaugh and Councilmember Ayala be selected to attend the film roundtable.
Second.
Thank you. Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 3C1, informational presentation by Youth Council Member James LeQuang.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. So good evening, Mayor Gavana and members of the City Council. My name is James LeQuang, and I'm a 7th grader at Hillside Middle School. I'm honored to represent the Simi Valley Youth Council and to provide this informational report on the work that we've accomplished throughout the month of May. Before I do that, I would just like to take this opportunity to thank you for your continued support, which allows us to create these meaningful events and opportunities for the youth in our community. Recently, on May 19th, we hosted one of our most successful events for this year, our annual Simi Valley Youth Council Teen Wellness Night outside of the Simi Valley Public Library. This event provided students an opportunity to relax and recharge after AP testing with a focus on mental health and emotional health. The event featured over 40 impactful and diverse booths, including representatives from Alexandria House, Bright Youth, For the Need, Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, Rancho Simi Recreation and Park District, Simi Valley Police Explorers, Simi Valley Unified School District, Tobacco Use and Prevention, Friday Night Live, Sound Bath and Meditation, Stanford University Center for Youth Mental Health and Well-Being, Teen Talk, various school clubs, Ventura County Behavioral Health, Ventura County Public Health, and the YMCA. The Youth Council provided a rock painting booth and collected pet toys and blankets to donate to Ventura County Animal Services. We also continued our successful Unplugged Day initiative, where students were encouraged to disconnect from their phones and engage in real-life activities and conversations. Students who tracked the lowest screen time had a chance to win prizes. This year, we also introduced a new STEP challenge called Step Into Wellness, where qualified students could enter a raffle and potentially win a pair of headphones. The support from the community for the event was absolutely incredible, with this year having over 300 attendees. Overall, this event was a major success in reminding teens that their well-being matters just as much as their achievements. Especially nowadays with some teams being overwhelmed by stress and constant digital connection, we hope that this event was able to make a lasting impact on their well-being. Looking ahead, the Youth Council will be working on the teen crisis resource numbers that will be printed on the back of all Simi Valley Unified School District middle and high school student ID cards. The Youth Council will be checking to make sure the crisis hotline numbers are still accurate and if there are any organizations that should be included and or removed from the cards. This work will ultimately serve as a valuable resource for all those students and youth who need them the most in the upcoming school year. The Youth Council will also be hosting our annual escape room on June 19th and June 20th at the Barrelwood Teen Center. Our theme for the event is Cosmic Countdown, where the participants will be trying to escape a spacecraft that is slowly losing oxygen. The escape room is $10 per person and can be purchased on the Rancho Simi Recreation and Park District website. To stay up to date with all of our events and initiatives, we encourage the community to follow the Youth Council on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube at Simi Valley Youth Council, as well as on TikTok at SVYC2929. On behalf of the entire Youth Council, I want to thank Mayor Kavana and the City Council for your support. Your encouragement gives the youth in Simi Valley a voice and the power to lead. Together, we have accomplished great feats for the youth in our community, and the Youth Council looks forward to what the future may bring. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Councilmember Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say, first off, if you're representative of the 7th graders in our town, we're in great shape. Thank you for the Wellness Expo. We share an exchange student, the mayor and I, and she took advantage of the sound bath and thought that that was an outstanding thing. So, but for all you do as a youth council, thank you so much, and thank you for a great presentation.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember Ayala.
Thank you for presenting. As you know, you saw me at the Wellness Night.
Yes.
And what was great about the Wellness Night was that most of the tables were actually staffed by youth. And so you staffed one of the tables that we went up to, my daughter and I. And so you had middle schoolers and high schoolers who were actually leading the activities and talking about the different offerings that the city had. And I think that was one of the things that impressed me the most was you have these youth actually doing it. And with over, 300 participants, right? We got there right when it started, and there was already a group of people there. So just wanted to congratulate you and the rest of your group on a great event that you put on.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I just want to commend you also. What a great presentation you did. So thank you. Have a good evening now.
Thank you. You too.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 3B1, presentation by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and Waste Management regarding fire debris and the Simi Valley landfill. And here to present this item is Eric R. Swenson, Colonel at U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, St. Paul District, and Nicole Stetson, Senior District Manager, Waste Management, Simi Valley Landfill.
Yes, please come up. And it raises up if you'd like it. There's a button. They're setting it up now. First, thank you both for being here this evening. It's a big item of interest, as you can tell. So we're glad that you're both here and will give us this wonderful presentation.
Can you hear me? My name's Nicole Stetson. I'm the district manager for the Simi Valley landfill. I've been with Waste Management for coming up on 21 years in June, and I'm here just to give a brief overview of the fire debris operations within the landfill. We've put together this presentation. Colonel Swenson, I have you on the first slide, so if you'll handle that, I will take over after.
Perfect. Take over from here? Okay. So first of all, I just want to thank Madam Mayor and the council and the community behind me and that's online for your patience. We know that we're sending a lot of trucks through your community as we work safely and quickly and efficiently to get the fire ash and debris and all the recyclable materials that were left after the January 7th and 8th fires that impacted both the Palisades and the Eaton fire impacted areas, get those that fire ash and debris from roughly 13,000 uncontrolled locations to a handful of controlled locations where it can either be stowed away permanently in a landfill or can be safely recycled to re-enter the supply chain as a new product, such as crushed concrete, which is used as sub-base for new construction, or the recycled metal that we pull off. So our role here is that when the fire happened, the governor declared a state of emergency, and the state asked FEMA for the Corps of Engineers and the EPA to come in to remove the fire ash and debris. In previous fires, that work was done by state agencies. In 2017 was the last time that the Corps had been asked to come to work on behalf of the state for this task. So the EPA came in, they did phase one, which is what we call household hazardous materials. Household hazardous materials are things like propane tanks, fertilizer, paints, lithium-ion batteries, and any bulk asbestos that they find on the parcel. Those all get removed safely transported. They get consolidated on larger trucks and like loads and hauled to special facilities where they can either be recycled or be properly disposed of in a properly permitted location. And then after they get done, the homeowner will sign a right of entry, giving the Corps and our contractors the legal authority to be on their damaged parcel for the purposes of removing the private property off of that. That would be the structure itself, and anything else that burned could be titled property, such as a car, boat, or trailer as well, or a hazardous tree. So we go on and do a series of tasks that identify all of those hazards, and then we send our contractor, and this says in the slide there, ECC, Environmental Chemical Corps, our company. They're what we call our prime contractor, right? And then they hire a series of subcontractors, the majority of which are local businesses to the LA, Ventura County, local counties. Many of the trucks you see on the road are local to either this community or to the LA community. And so we bring them on after those household hazardous materials have been removed. Now, after the household hazardous materials are removed, we also send a crew out to look at each foundation, specifically looking and testing for asbestos. So we do a thing called a chip test on various parts of the foundation. We send that off to a certified California lab that works under a certified California asbestos consultant. We get the results back, and if there's asbestos, then we send a special team out that is also permitted and works under a California certified asbestos consultant to remove the asbestos hazard. That, again, does not go to Simi Valley landfill. That goes to special designated landfills that take asbestos-containing materials, or otherwise known as ACM. Once the asbestos is gone, the household hazardous materials are gone, and any hazardous trees that may be a risk to our crew are removed, then we go in and we remove the remainder of that material. And in California, fire ash and debris from a wildfire that happens where the state declares an emergency is categorized as municipal waste. So municipal waste, and this is Waste Management's expertise area, but municipal waste is one of the main businesses that Waste Management is in. That is the things that you put at your curb each week, and the trash company comes and picks it up and takes it to a landfill. And after a fire, it has to go to a lined landfill, which is, Simi Valley is one of those. In the process of doing all of this removal work, we also have air monitors up. We are using what we call the wet method, so everything is kept wet, so there is no fugitive dust that escapes into the air, because again, the Corps is here for really the public health and safety of the communities and the state of California that are at risk of having these uncontrolled locations where the fire ash and debris is at. So it gets put into the fire ash and debris that goes to the Simi Valley landfill is put into a lined dump truck. That liner is then folded over the top. A secondary tarp is put on top of that, and then a third tarp, which is the auto tarp, is put over top of that. Every truck in California has an auto tarp, which covers that fire ash and debris. That's just extra layers to make sure that nothing can escape. Also remember that this material is transported in a moist state, in a wet state, so that no air can get in there and cause any of that dust to become fugitive dust. It then goes to the Simi Valley landfill or the Sunshine Canyon landfill or the Calabasas landfill, and we have, those are all landfills that are permitted through local enforcement agencies as well as under an agency called Cal Recycle, which falls under Cal EPA. And they have identified landfills across the state of California that in times of emergency, such as what we had on January 7th, are specifically designed to receive large amounts of fire ash and debris. Now, I will say that the local enforcement agencies and Cal Recycle permit landfills, and I'm not going to talk about exactly what waste management, all of that, but to say that we have not exceeded the daily limits to any of the landfills that we send material to. So each landfill has a different daily limit they'll take. They have different hours, different days of the weeks that they work. And so we work within whatever is established by the local enforcement agency and Cal Recycle for that specific landfill. And we partner with the landfills because we want this to be as an efficient process that rapidly and safely gets fire, ash, and debris from all those uncontrolled locations into a controlled location safely along a route and permanently disposed of. And then once it gets to the landfill does essentially the same things we do, right? They monitor for air and they have all the same regulations, same California state laws that we follow in the transport of it, they have to do on the receiving end. And then our trucks come back. Now, as I said, there's three primary landfills that we're currently using for what we call municipal waste, this fire, ash, and debris. That's Sunshine Canyon, Simi Valley, and Calabasas. We also use other facilities for recycled metal and clean concrete that's been tested and found to have no asbestos-containing materials. And the beauty of this operation is that we sort on each parcel, we sort out those recyclables, and that's what that does is it benefits waste management, but ultimately it benefits the community because landfills, we want to try to minimize recyclables in landfills, right? That extends the life of the landfill as long as possible and allows items to have that second or third or fourth life here as a useful product in our society and keeps our waste stream to an absolute minimum. And so that in a nutshell is how we operate. We inspect our trucks regularly to ensure that they are safe. We have truck masters at each of the landfills and along the routes, so we monitor traffic backups and congestion. And if it's congested, we'll send trucks, if possible, we'll divert them to a different landfill so that we don't have backups and we don't want to impact the local community any more than we have to in order to get this fire, ash, and debris, again, from an uncontrolled location to a controlled location. I think I covered everything I wanted to cover. And I'll pass it off to Waste Management, and I'm certainly happy to answer any questions from the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Colonel Swenson. So as Colonel Swenson mentioned, the Simi Valley landfill is a Class 3 landfill, so we are authorized to accept only non-hazardous materials, so that is, again, the residential waste that you put curbside and our hauling trucks pick up on a daily basis. We're not authorized to accept hazardous waste, and the Waste Management does have a dedicated waste approvals team that reviews and makes sure that all materials coming into the landfill meet all of our permit criteria, including fire debris. Next slide. Thank you. We're regulated by over 15 agencies from the federal level all the way down to the state and local levels. We have regular inspections, both unannounced and announced. The minimum inspection frequency is monthly, but we oftentimes have weekly inspections as well. And the purpose of those inspections is just to make sure that the landfill is operating as safe as possible and in accordance with all of our permit limitations. And this landfill in particular has a long-standing history of being a valuable resource within the region in times of disasters. We've been able to partner and help clean up the Northridge earthquake, material, Thomas fires, Hill fire, Woolsey fire, and most recently, Mountain fire, including Eaton and Pacific Palisades, which is what we are currently accepting. And we'll continue to support these needs into the future. So it took a significant amount of time and resources to prepare the site to accept the fire debris material. Not only have we hired 20 new employees, we have a designated disposal area, 4 dedicated scales, heavy equipment, and a separate haul route specific to the fire debris to make sure that we're allowing for and we're operating as safely and efficiently as possible. And in addition, to try and minimize queuing of trucks and traffic congestion on the site. On the right's an aerial photo of the site. The red line delineates the path of travel that the trucks take once they enter the facility. This is an overview of our entrance road and our primary landfill scale. So once the trucks enter the facility, approach the landfill scales, primary landfill scales, they take a bypass lane on the right-hand side, and then they head up to 4 dedicated scales for the fire debris. And that location is to the west of our facility. The scale house includes 4 stations. We have 4 attendants in the scale house at any one time. They record the truck information and provide the tickets to the drivers. And the drivers, we have between 4 and 8 scale attendants at any one point in time managing that scale operation. And before coming to the landfill, as Colonel Swenson said, the material is wrapped in plastic, it's tarped. After the trucks come across the scales, they get their ticket, they head over to what's called the de-tarping station, where 3-man crews remove those tarps, and the load is then ready for Army Corps inspection before heading out to the landfill. On the left side of this photo, you can see our 4 scales. On the right side is the de-tarping station. So the trucks then head along the fire debris route to the dedicated disposal area, which we call cells 2-2 and 2-3. And at the working face or disposal location, we typically have between 4 and 6 traffic directors, 6 to 8 heavy equipment operators, directing trucks and pushing and packing the material into the landfill. And to make sure that we maintain safe distances between the trucks when they're dumping, we deploy large truck tires spaced at least 15 feet apart. The driver then backs in, dumps his load, all of the material slides out along with the plastic, which is disposed of and not reused. Dust control is a large effort with the fire debris material coming in. We currently operate under a dust control plan approved by Ventura County Planning and the Air Pollution Control District. We've significantly increased our best management practices in order to make sure that we are mitigating fugitive dusts on site. So before coming to the landfill, all loads are wetted. So if you were to watch the trucks dump at the landfill, there's no dust that comes off of the loads. The material is grayish, brownish. It consists mostly of soil, ash, some rubble, concrete, and small amounts of metal and tree branches. And also include that there's no odor coming from the fire debris. There's no odor whatsoever. And in order to control dust on our roads, we have a number of water trucks on site. We deploy at least 2 on a daily basis. One, which is the photo you see in the middle, it has an 8,000-gallon holding tank compared to our regular landfill water trucks that hold 4,000 gallons. So it can cover a large area pretty quickly. We've also ramped up our sweeping efforts. We now have between 1 and 2 full-time street sweepers operating 7 days a week, 16 hours a day. The sweeping route also includes Viewline Drive and Madera up to the freeway on-ramp. After the trucks dump, they head toward the exit. To exit the facility, they go under a manned camera station where the Army Corps makes sure that all of the loads are free and clear of debris, and then the trucks exit the way they came into the site. So that's kind of the 10,000-foot level. I'd also like to add that, I'm very proud that my team and I have played a vital role in this cleanup effort. It was a very, very proud to represent WM and to partner with the Army Corps to make sure that these folks are able to rebuild as quickly as possible. Oh, I'm sorry, there are a couple other, or 2 other questions that were raised by council that I didn't cover, but I wanted to take the opportunity to discuss. One was how much landfill life will the fire debris take? So currently the Simi Valley landfill has around 40 years of capacity, and we estimate that one year of life would be used accepting the fire debris. And then the other question was whether the landfill is still accepting Chiquita Canyon landfill waste. So following the closure of Chiquita Canyon landfill, we didn't know where that volume was going to go. So in advance, we requested a waiver in order to accept Chiquita volume. And it turns out that that volume was distributed across facilities throughout the state, most likely Southern California. And while I can't speak to other facilities that receive the landfill, I can say that at this time we don't need a waiver in place to accept volume from Chiquita Canyon closing. And with that, that's all I have. Thank you and appreciate your time.
All right, thank you very much. Do I have any questions from the dais? Councilmember Rhodes.
I must always be quickest on my button up here. First of all, Colonel and Nicole, thank you very much for all the work that you've been doing. I know for many people, especially that are here listening, watching, they don't have the opportunity to interact with the 2 of you and your staff. And I'm happy to say that much of what I've learned from you all and your staff is exactly what was presented here, which is why my level of anxiety about things that are going into our landfill has been greatly reduced. And one person trying to communicate that message is often difficult. Hearing it from you all, I want to just thank you for making that time and effort for being here. There were a couple of additional nuances, or maybe some drilling down on some of the monitoring that's going on. I heard you both say, or maybe just the Colonel talk for both entities, that there's air testing going on. I understand from the Army Corps standpoint that you want air testing done in the places where the debris is being removed, so that we're not kicking up dust into the air. Could you give us a better feel for how that testing is done, how thorough it is? And then, Nicole, from your side, from the landfill, I understand additional testing is being done. Is that just way in, way out, or up where it's being dumped? Where is that being tested, and should we expect that testing to go on into the future?
Yeah, so thank you for that question. So the AQMD is the air quality monitoring agency for this area. So they do monitoring of air quality in LA County already. But and the Army Corps of Engineers is not a public health agency, but we are very concerned about our employees' health, and by worrying about our employees' health, we by extension are worried about everyone else's health in this operation, right? So around our sites, we have perimeter. We have individual air monitors that some of our employees wear when they're in the ash footprint, which is essentially the space where the structure burned to the ground. We sort of broke that off. That's considered the ash footprint. We also have perimeter air monitors set up around the neighborhoods to monitor for any air quality issues. And we also have sensitive site air monitors. So that might be near say, a senior center that's been reoccupied, we'll put an air monitor there, or a school that's reoccupied, we'll put an air monitor there, normally downwind of the prevailing winds, to make sure that our methods for debris removal are effective. And if we get hits that they're not effective, then we change our technique, add more water, change the type of nozzles we use on our sprayers so that we can keep the dust down. I'm happy to announce that we have maintained acceptable, well below the threshold for air monitoring through our operations. And it's refreshing when you go out on a site and you don't see any dust coming up, because every site has usually one, if not two, water buffaloes, which are just basically water tanks that are applying copious amounts of water to where the excavators are working to keep that down. And again, then that in turn, we put the material in the back of the truck in a wet state or a moist state, which means that it's clumped together, so that when it gets to the landfill and it gets detarped, it's a seamless transition onto Waste Management's protocols for keeping dust down. Does that answer your question?
It did on the air monitoring. I'm going to come back with some other testing, but.
So on that note, water and dust control is how we mitigate airborne dust on site. So we don't have separate air monitors, but we employ all of our best management practices outlined in the dust control plan to make sure that dust is minimized.
And I'll say, from a personal standpoint of going out and visiting, watching the debris being deposited there, one person's empirical, I didn't see any dust. The management plan seems to be working. And I heard some tests where you were mentioning testing being done on debris. Is it by truckload? Is it by one site before it gets cleared? What's the frequency of testing? What are you testing for?
So we test every site for asbestos.
That's like a home site, or?
Like we have certified asbestos consultants. So in California, they have this unique CAC. Other states have a similar requirement, but in California, there's a CAC, a certified asbestos consultant. So we have dozens of certified asbestos consultants that are hired by our contractor to be out there to monitor any asbestos-related activity that occurs. So when we get to what we call our hazardous site assessment, a couple things happen. First is we mark hazardous trees, right? So identify any trees that present a hazard to our crews or to any of the neighboring properties or to the right-of-ways. We also send in this crew, which they go in their Tyvek suits, and onto these parcels, and they do these chip tests on the foundation. They're also trained to identify what asbestos looks like. They know what asbestos looks like and where asbestos is normally found in homes. So a lot of times we find it in chimney liners, in HVAC system areas. It can be in the floor tile mastic. It can be in floor tiles. So the people that do this are professionals. This is what they do every day. And so they're looking for it, and they're also testing for it. And so if they see it, if they suspect it, then they flag it and we remove it. If they don't see it, they still test for it. We send those tests to the lab. It takes a couple days to a week to get back. When we get the results back, then we go in and they're either asbestos cleared or then we test them. We then remediate them for asbestos, which is another couple-day process depending on how much asbestos is in the material. All that asbestos is removed. Now, if we are out on a site and we find that it's clean of asbestos and we start doing debris removal and we uncover asbestos that may be under the ground, our crews are fairly well trained in knowing what asbestos is. If we identify anything that might be asbestos, we call that certified asbestos consultant back. We do a quick analysis. If we deem it to be asbestos, or we think it is, then we treat it as asbestos-containing material, and that is pulled aside. It's double-bagged, and it is sent to a separate waste stream and separate landfill that's designed to receive asbestos-containing material.
So that reminded me of two questions. I'm going to stay on hazardous debris.
Mm-hmm.
You give us some examples of things that are obvious that would be taken out of a home site and moved to a higher containment system. Can you give us some more concrete, like if my Tesla were to burn up, that would be something I would assume hazardous and need to go somewhere else?
Absolutely. So when the EPA is primarily responsible for that mission, that's what we call phase one. Now we do occasionally the Corps, once the EPA is finished, occasionally we find household hazardous materials that were hidden. EPA couldn't find them, so we do have our own trained people. But the EPA is primarily responsible for that mission. So we're looking for things like lithium-ion batteries. That is your electric or hybrid vehicle. That is your power wall. If you had a power wall, like a Tesla power wall in your house, that would contain lithium-ion batteries. When those get torched by a fire, right, they become unstable. And so EPA has this revolutionary technique that they've designed basically when I was in Lahaina, doing the Lahaina fires in Maui, they sort of came up with this technique where they flip the vehicle over, they pull the batteries out, all the cells out, they brine them, right? That brining de-energizes, it sucks the remaining energy out of these unstable cells, and then they crush them, collect up all the material, and they ship it back to a certified facility. I think in this one it went to Utah, in other ones it's gone to Arizona, to places that are permitted to receive that type of material. So that's an example. But lithium-ion batteries exist in lots of different devices that we use, and we might not even realize they're. So our crews and the EPA's team are trained to know where these what they look like when they're in a fire-damaged state, and it's the same crews that the EPA, in California use for fires. So they're really good at their work. Fertilizers is another thing. Aerosols, spray paints, regular paint, oil-based paint. Again, bulk asbestos. So if they see bulk asbestos, they're going to collect that up. Oftentimes around HVAC systems. It was a common building product in California when many homes were built in this state over the past 70 or 80 years. Those are kind of the big ones that we collect up. I mean, there's probably paints, thinners, other petroleum-based products.
So let's assume for a moment that in the real world we don't get it all, and some of it ends up in a truck. From a waste management standpoint, how concerned are you about some of these batteries and paint cans and things being in the landfill and somehow damaging our environment, seeping out of the landfill?
I'm confident that the Army Corps of Engineers is following the process and is removing all of the hazardous waste before it comes to the site. I've watched a number of trucks dump, and of all of the loads I've seen, there doesn't appear to be anything visually hazardous.
I think I'm trying to lead you to the question of the lining system within your landfill is sort of designed to protect us against that stuff anyway.
I guess you answered the question. Apologies.
I was going to let you do it.
So we do have a 60 mil HDPE liner underneath the entire landfill that's protective, intended to be protective of groundwater and from any liquids percolating through the waste stream.
I think we also have to remember that these wildfires, urban wildfires in particular, burn really, really hot. Mm-hmm. It's not uncommon to approach a vehicle that's been impacted by a wildfire or any vehicle fire, and you see a hardened pool of aluminum underneath the vehicle, right? Literally everything sort of melts out of it. Many household paints and other items, when it could be burning at 2,000 to 2,800 degrees, there's not an awful lot left. The steel remains because the steel burns at a higher, melts at a higher temperature, but there's not an awful lot that remains. We find a lot of propane tanks, but oftentimes the metal in the stem of the propane tank is a lighter metal, softer metal, and so it melts out. The propane tank cooks off. It doesn't explode unless you're in Hollywood, and we're north of Hollywood, I think. So it doesn't explode, and we treat that because it's just essentially inert metal. So we treat that as steel. That would be something that we would recycle.
Yeah. And then last question before I'll pass it on to others. You test for asbestos, you look for things, the other EPA is looking for things. Do you ever drill down into the soil and see if anything's seeped into the soil that you're then removing? What's standard practice for that?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So what we've learned over the past decade or so is when we have a wildfire like this, the structure essentially burns to the ground. That's what previously was the house. We take about a 2 to 3 foot ring around where that structure burned to the ground. And then we excavate, or we remove all the fire ash and debris. We've tested the concrete for the foundation. If it's clean, we recycle that. And then we remove 6 inches of soil in what we call that ash footprint, that 2 to 3 feet around the perimeter of where the structure settled to the ground. And by taking 6 inches of topsoil, we remove all of that, any material that would have been in that structure and fallen to the ground. We collect it all in that scrape.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I turn it over for others.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Litzter.
Thank you for your report and information. Very, very informative. Actually, I want to continue just in this question, then I have a variety of others. I know that we've received a copy of the LA Times report that suggested that there were, I think, arsenic and lead that was found, and we haven't discussed those chemicals per se, but are there other chemicals that are not being tested for that we should be concerned about, to your experience?
Not to my knowledge or my experience. I mean, again, the state of California in emergency treats wildfire debris, fire ash and debris as municipal waste, and it has to go into a lined landfill, which is what we have here at Simi Valley, Sunshine Canyon, and Calabasas, and others. I mean, I think the modern landfills built today are built with liners. I don't think there's been a landfill built without a liner in probably, 5 decades or something, or maybe longer.
Okay, thank you. So speaking of those 3 primary landfills that are the receivers, what percentage would you say is coming to Simi Valley's landfill?
So Simi Valley is the largest of those landfills and has the greatest authorized daily tonnage that can be brought to a landfill. And then we have a great partnership with Waste Management. So we bring up to our max limit of the landfills that are at our disposal to remove the debris. I often get asked questions, why don't I bring to Arizona or Nevada or another state? And it's essentially, this was a fire here in this community. Not in this community, it's in California. This is, we have to rapidly and safely get this fire debris into a permitted and lined landfill to help remove the public health and safety threat. So Simi Valley does take more than the other 2, but that's because of the permitted limits that we're allowed to take to each one, and the fact that Simi Valley is ideally suited to partner with us, as they have in 5 other major disasters, to receive fire ash and debris.
And those, just so I understand, the permitted limits were established by the state, by the county,
So state and local enforcement agencies are the ones that permit landfills in the state of California. I can't speak to how that all flows. We just when the Corps is called to a fire, we work with the California state agencies that regulate landfills, as well as the counties and local governments where those landfills are located, in this case, the local enforcement agencies, to understand what are the permitted limits, what are the times, and then we build our operation around our both recycling center and the landfills, because if they're not open, then we can't execute the mission.
Understood. And then maybe you can help me understand. I understand. Thank you, Nicole. I very much appreciated being able to physically go through, and I'm glad to see you're no longer on your boot. But anyway, with your broken foot. But thank you for letting me tour and see exactly how it works. But I recall from the conversation that that basically homeowners who have experienced a fire, they can choose to embrace your services or say, we'll take care of it ourselves. So what is the percentage that are not using the Army Corps of Engineers, and what does that look like for us?
So I think as of yesterday, about 1,900, we'll call parcels, so lots, owners have opted out of the federal debris removal program. So if you have 2 options as a fire impacted survivor, right? You either opt into the federal program or you opt out of the federal program. There's no do nothing option. And so for those who opted in, it's the process as I described. For those who opted out, you follow the county's, LA County established as sort of the umbrella organization over all of the unincorporated and incorporated communities within the fire impacted area. LA County established the guidelines for the opt-out procedure. It looks very, very similar to the procedures that the Army Corps of Engineers has to follow. The difference is that it's enforced by the county, whereas those who opt in, my contractors are enforced by me and my team to ensure that they're in compliance with the federal contract. And they have their own, if you have an opt-out contractor, they have to negotiate a place to take, or find, maybe negotiate is the wrong word, find a place, a landfill, that is willing to receive their fire ash and debris. Because again, they have to, like we have proven to Waste Management that we follow a procedure and that our debris is safe. Now, we did work with the county and the state, and the Corps of Engineers has done, and in conjunction with the EPA, we have gone to every parcel and done the household hazardous material removal. So if you opt out, you still have the Corps of Engineers or the EPA do the household hazardous material removal, and that includes for commercial properties as well. That ensures the safety of our landfills to keep those hazardous materials out, so that maybe a contractor, if they're trying to go fast, they're unable to go fast because we've already taken all of that material out.
Got it. Okay. I very much appreciate understanding that. I guess one more final question, and this really probably isn't necessarily for either one of you, but I'm going to put it out there and see what your thoughts. Obviously, our residents see a lot of negative externalities, a lot of, just the truck traffic, what potential damage to streets, et cetera, et cetera. Is there, who bears the responsibility for maybe helping to mitigate that or to pay for repaving, et cetera, when this is all over with? Any thoughts from either one of you? I suspect it's not, it's just a big general question.
Yeah, it's not really.
It's not Army.
Not really one that I can answer. I mean, we hire contractors who use the roads like any other truck will. The difference is that we're using them at a high frequency. I will say that I think as of today we have cleared what I call the primary debris, the visible signs of the fire, from about 77% of the parcels that were impacted on January 7th and 8th. So I know that the community has this community, Calabasas and Sunshine Canyon, those communities have, as well as our recycling centers, have bore the truck traffic. But I'm pleased to say that we are ahead of schedule, that we have been very safe in these operations, and that we are getting these trucks safely into these landfills and out. And we're definitely on the decline in terms of the number of trucks that you'll see on the road. And in a few, I'd say by no later than midsummer, I mean, we're going to be all but done for maybe, with the exception of maybe just a few hundred parcels left. But so this is the worst of it. It's going to get, there's going to be fewer trucks from here on out.
Thank you, Colonel. Appreciate the information. Thank you for the work you're both doing.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Judge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank both of you for coming out and doing this presentation for our community. I'm hoping it puts a lot of our community members' minds at ease. Having been up to the landfill between myself and Councilmember Rhodes probably a dozen times with meetings, Zoom meetings, meeting in person, going on tours at the landfill, watching what you do, you've allayed my concerns at an early part of this. So again, I want to say thank you. And most importantly, I want to say thank you for clarifying what a water buffalo is. Because I know tomorrow I'd have calls that the Army is using water buffaloes to move the garbage around. So I appreciate that. I haven't heard that term in a long time. Thank you again for coming.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Ayala.
Well, I just have a couple of questions. Colonel Swenson, you had mentioned, or maybe Nicole, you mentioned that once the debris, the trucks go into the waste management, that there's another Army Corps inspection. Did I hear that right?
So I have quality insurance inspectors and a quality insurance supervisor or two on site for every hour there's a truck rolling into any of our landfills. And that is our contractual obligation as the federal agency that essentially is bringing the federal benefit to this community, to the communities that are impacted, right? The federal dollar that's coming here to help do this for the state of California. So I have a contractual obligation to ensure that my contractor is following the contract. So every truck that moves into the Simi Valley is inspected, I think twice by like on the way in and then on the way out, to ensure that we are following, that the contractor is following the federal contract to the letter of the contract and in my mind, to the spirit of the contract, right? So that we're doing this safely, efficiently, we're conserving federal dollars, and we're doing this right, which is why every truck gets weighed in and gets weighed out, or they're weighed empty and then they get weighed in every time they come full. So we understand exactly how much material that we are bringing in, and we're paying, not a penny more than we have to for the work that's being done here.
And I think that a lot of people were not aware that before the trucks are even loaded, that the household hazardous material has already been removed off that site.
That's correct.
And I think that there's a misconception that how do we know things are not in the trucks that are hazardous coming into Waste Management? And the answer is that before they're even put on the truck, that material has already been removed. Is that what you would say?
That's correct. Yeah. I mean, our Environmental Protection Agency, right? Our nation's Environmental Protection Agency that looks out for the environmental protection of every community is the one that oversees this operation. So that's not lost on me of who the federal government uses to oversee that. So just like the Corps of Engineers has quality assurance inspectors, the Environmental Protection Agency hires certified contractors and then directly oversees them to ensure that they are following their very high standard for protecting the environment.
And then, Nicole, just a quick short question for you. The rumble strips, how does that work with the dust control?
When the trucks cross the rumble strips, they bounce, and so it forces, just the gyration forces the mud or any dirt that's on those tires to shake off. And we have to clean those rumble strips on a daily basis and scoop out the dirt that collects there so that they continue to be effective. But it's the jarring movement as the trucks cross that drops off the dirt.
Oh, very good. And then Colonel Swenson, I think you answered this right before, but can you tell us again when you think the trucks will stop?
I can't tell you. So contractually, we have until the 1-year anniversary of the fire, but we are going to be substantially complete with this debris by midsummer. You're going to see a sharp decline in the number of trucks. We're trying to run this to what we call, there's either you can do a steady decline where we start reducing our trucks each day, or we run it to what we call a cliff, and then we just let them all go. And we're trying to run to a cliff and then let them all off, because that minimizes the amount of time that it takes for this debris removal mission to occur, which minimizes the amount of time that community members, that survivors who are trying to rebuild, that it takes for them to have a clean lot where they can rebuild their lives and livelihoods on. So I suspect you'll see a significant decrease in trucks starting here in midsummer. Mm-hmm. If you don't start seeing it in 3 weeks, it'll be midsummer for sure.
Very good. All right. Thank you very much.
All right, Councilmember Rhodes, one more.
Right. And this is a landfill question. And unfortunately, I'm going to preface the landfill question with we live in a community that has the Santa Susana Field Lab. And the natural, rightful suspicion of government and competency and cleanup has always been in the back, or is the back of our minds, because that exists in our community. I'm again asking a question which I've been fully versed on the answer to, but I think it would be very helpful. So, in the future, the debris has been removed. We're 5 years down the line, and somehow heavy metals have seeped through 200 feet of debris layer, and it manages to breach the liner, what testing is done? What organizations monitor for breaches of that sort? And then if something like that were discovered, what is mitigation? Is that something that you would be mandated to do or something that Waste Management does anyway on a regular basis?
So if there were a breach in the containment system, you would most likely see signs of that in the groundwater table. So we have a number of groundwater monitoring wells, both upstream for background and downstream, in accordance with the way that the water table moves under the landfill. We're sampling on a quarterly and semi-annual basis. We work with the Regional Water Quality Control Board to review the data. We submit reports on a semi-annual and annual basis, but you would detect it within the groundwater.
A friend who I asked to kind of consult me on this said that a bad actor is one that monitors and then does nothing. A good actor is one that monitors and says, okay, we're going to come up with a mitigation plan right away. In all my experience with WM, you're the latter, and that if something were detected, that we'd know about it and that there would be a plan that the whole community could rally behind and get done.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just have one more question. Actually, a confirmation. A lot of people commented to me that they saw the tarps flapping, on the truck, so they were worried it was open ash inside there. So can you reiterate how it's packed?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the tarps have this thick, like 10 mil, think about a contractor's bag, that type of thickness, plastic liner that is, I used to use the word burrito wrap. Maybe that's not the right best term, but we load the inside of that with this moist fire ash and debris. We fold that burrito wrap on, or that wrapping on top. Then there's a separate tarp on top of that, which is secured to the truck bed. Then there's the auto tarp, which comes down. The auto tarp is kind of it's what every truck has, regardless of what it's hauling. That is oftentimes what you'll see flapping is the auto tarp because it's an automatic tarping system. It doesn't have like bungee cords or ropes that hold it in place. It's designed to cover a load and then quickly uncover a load. So if you see a tarp flapping, it is likely just the back of that auto tarp, but which is why we mandate the second tarp, and then we have the plastic wrapping beneath that. So that's the layers of defense that we have, and the auto tarp is out of an abundance of caution. We just want some additional pressure to ensure that everything stays nice and tight.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, and I know that was a concern from a lot of people that I had heard. And for the audience's information, we will be posting this presentation and the PowerPoint on our website tomorrow, so it will be available for you. So I'd just like to thank you, Colonel and Nicole. We really appreciate you being here, taking the time to share all of your knowledge and expertise with us. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 4, public statements. During this agenda item 4, the City Council will hear public statements from the first 10 persons who have submitted speaker cards. After the first 10 persons have spoken, subsequent persons who submitted speaker cards will be called to speak during agenda item number 6, which is a continuation of agenda item number 4. Agenda items 4 and 6 are the times allotted for public statements on all items other than public hearings, appointments, and information reports. Speakers will be called on in the order in which your card was submitted to speak for this public statements item 4 for a period of no more than 3 minutes each. Persons addressing the City Council are requested to state their name and community residence for the record. Madam Mayor, unless you have any comments, we can begin public statements.
Please do.
I will be calling 3 names at a time so you'll know who you follow. The first, Maya, Mike Hauser, and Mike Shaw.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Maya. I'm here out of desperation, seeking your help and leadership. My top priority, like yours, is public safety. But how can we feel safe in our public parks, kids' playground, or even our homes when off-leash dogs, aggressive dogs, roam freely? Just this past Thursday, I was attacked by an unleashed pit bull inside my apartment hallway. Animal control got involved, but the property manager refused to cooperate, refused to give the officer the dog owner's information, even though I had the apartment number on the video. She even said that she's not going to give any personal information to police officer. This isn't a new issue. For months, we had off-leash dogs, especially pit bulls, running through the hallways, kids' playground, and elevators. This is not just a concern. It's a public safety crisis. Every year, over 4.5 million people, many of them children, are bitten by dogs, and over 100 of those attacks are fatal. Yet, when we speak about it, we are harassed or dismissed. Dog owners say their animals are friendly, but we know dogs can be triggered unexpectedly by noise, smell, or movements. I personally witnessed multiple attacks, including at Memorial Park, where pit bulls and Rottweilers roam off-leash. Why are dogs being prioritized over the safety of lives of our children? Dogs are now being allowed on slides and swings meant only for kids. This poses a serious health risk. Dog feces and urine carry bacteria dangerous, especially for children. Dogs naturally carry 37.4 million colonies of bacteria. And when leashed dogs feel insecure in crowded spaces, their protective instincts can turn dangerous. When I asked, why don't you use the dog park? The dog owner told me that it was too dirty, infected, or full of mean dogs. So her solution was to bring her dogs to the children's playground. Instead, she's not the only one, and this has to stop. We need park rangers, police officers to constantly enforce leash laws, issue fines, and when necessary, confiscate dogs after repeated violations. People need consequences to change behavior because without enforcement, rules means nothing. I am currently in my 3rd trimester. The dog could have knocked me over, caused trauma, or worse, the loss of my baby. I live in fear that my toddler will be the next victim. The trauma is real and it's preventable. He screamed at me that there's no such law in California as leash dogs. The property manager knows the issue, but she's waiting till a real injury or death happens. Why do I no longer have the right to safely walk in my own neighborhood? Why must I have to wait till a tragedy happens? And how many innocent lives do we need to lose to take real changes? Please, I urge you, enforce strict leash laws, hold landlords accountable, and protect the public, especially children, from this growing danger. Thank you.
Madam Mayor and council members, good evening. Mike Hauser, I'm a resident of the city of Camarillo, and I come to you before you tonight representing New West Symphony, which is Ventura County's world-class symphony orchestra. I also come before you tonight as one of the volunteer co-chairs for our summer fundraising event, which is called Summerfest, which will be held this year on June 29th at 5 p.m. at the beautiful Rancho de las Palmas Event Center, which is located off of Terra Rajada and the 20 freeways. The symphony is celebrating its 30th anniversary this year, providing world-class concert performances to residents of Ventura County, as well as supporting arts outreach and education for students countywide. In keeping with the 30th anniversary, our theme this year is Pearls, and our concert this year is called Dancing Through the Decades. We have an all-star lineup of incredibly talented singers and musicians who will be performing hits from the last 30 years, everything from the Beatles to Frank Sinatra, Chicago, Ricky Martin, Amy Winehouse, Journey, and much more. The event includes a happy hour with a hosted bar. We have a special drink lined up, and also local artists will be displaying their artwork. Dinner features a top quality buffet in an elegant setting. We are going to have a live auction before the concert begins. For all attendees, it includes Dodger tickets behind home plate, vacation homestays, special dining and wine events, trips, and much more, with all the proceeds going to support our programming throughout the year and our education outreach efforts. We will also be paying tribute to special honorees that have supported the symphony for its first 30 years, and we will be having a special tribute to the first responders to the devastating mountain fire. And as it's close to July 4th, we will also be having a pre-July 4th a special musical patriotic tribute, which will be part of the concert as well. This is one of the symphony's most important fundraising events annually. Tickets for the dinner and the concert, or just the concert itself, are extremely limited and do go quickly. And a portion of your dinner ticket is tax deductible, which is always a plus. So for more information about Summerfest 2025 or to purchase tickets, that information can be found at the New West Symphony website, which is New West Symphony, all one word, .org, and the /Summerfest. There you'll find complete information about the event, as well as information if you would be interested in being a sponsor of the event or a donor. And I thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's great to see you all again, as always. I want to start off by thanking you all for giving the landfill issue the attention it deserved. I appreciate that. We talked about it the last time. You guys don't say anything, but I'm used to that. I get ignored at home the same way. So I don't know what's going on, but you got on it, and of course, typical me, I went and dug up the MOU for the last landfill expansion and did my research. I can tell you, Councilman Lister, that the truckload limit was negotiated as part of those negotiations. I'd love a chance to interact with you if you are absolutely entertaining a landfill expansion. I wish that would be something we could all be involved with. That being said, when I say transparency, the transparency I'm getting at isn't like something nefarious is going on. It's transparency of knowing what is going on. As I go to these other councils around the county, I see those council members do different reach out and make different efforts than we do in our own city. So for instance, like I've got my I made up a questionnaire and I went down to the market and I got behind my neighborhood council number 2 position and I started trying to interact with the citizens. My questionnaire is now like 37 questions long. But where I was going with this is I just want to ask maybe 2 things. If you guys would consider perhaps having a quarterly meeting with the entire council and all of the neighborhood council, so we could have some one-on-one interaction with you aside from just interacting with a liaison. The next one I would like to ask is if you would consider having every 6 months, twice a year, a community town hall meeting. I know we talked about this back when Fred was serving, and Fred said we tried it, nobody showed up, but that doesn't mean we can't try it again, because I think we need to improve on 3 minutes every 2 weeks as the only interaction we have to try and manage all the issues that concern us all. So thank you for listening, and thanks again for all your efforts.
The next 3 speakers, Pat Lewis, Nancy Mason, and Jennifer Frank.
Good evening. So I'm here to talk about the Simi Valley Library. I'm on the Simi Valley Library Foundation, and our goal is to improve that facility. I moved here in 1984, and one of the first things that my husband and I did was get a library card. So we are now looking at 3 generations of my family who have used the library ad nauseum, and we love that library. So it served 3 generations in my family, but like me, it's getting older and it's starting to show its age. It needs improvement. It needs to be brightened. The money that we were allocated during the grant process is vital to us making a difference. It'll help us to keep the library relevant for our community, particularly our youth. There are not a lot of places that the youth can go and just be safe and do what they want to do without worrying about anything other than being at the library. And I think our community deserves a library that is bright and inviting and comfortable. How many of you have been in that community room lately? It's ugly. There's not even a picture on the wall. There is so much that we could do. There are so many things that we could do to make that library a more inviting place for our community, particularly our youth. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh and council members. My name is Nancy Mason. I'm the Vice President on the Board of Directors at the Samaritan Center. Thank you for giving me the time to speak tonight. I want to share something critical that affects not just the Samaritan Center, but our entire community. Recently, extreme weather events have led to frequent public safety power shutoffs of Edison Electric. These outages have lasted up to 3 or even 4 days at a time. While these measures are meant to ensure public safety, they've created an entirely different kind of crisis for those we serve. When the power goes out, life at the Samaritan Center doesn't just slow down, it comes to a halt. Let me paint a picture of what that looks like. First, we lose food, roughly 1,500 pounds of it stored in our commercial freezers and refrigerators. That's food meant to nourish the hungry. Our kitchen, which serves hot meals for 40 to 50 individuals every day, Monday through Thursday, goes dark. Food pickups from local grocery stores are canceled because we can't store their food. And the ripple effects don't stop there. Showers, laundry facilities, meal distributions are gone. Case management, where we help with referrals, crisis counseling, and housing applications, come to a standstill. Even our food pantry, which provides groceries to an average of 48 households, each pantry day is forced to shut its doors. Every year, we serve about 3,800 Simi Valley residents, people who rely on us in their time of need, but during a power outage, our hands are tied. Imagine being homeless and suddenly losing access to basic necessities like a shower or a meal. Imagine the uncertainty, the social isolation, the fear. Now picture being a family that depends on our food pantry to get through the week and finding it closed. Without power, there's no food, no support, no hope. The effects ripple through every part of our community. Families face increased food insecurity. Individuals lose access to housing and employment assistance. Critical connections, those of counseling, referrals, or even a kind word, are lost. But there is a solution: backup generators. With the right investment, we can keep our doors open, our power on, and our services running, even during the worst outages. Generators would ensure that no one goes hungry, no one's left in the dark, and no one loses the lifeline they depend on. We can't do it alone. We need your support to ensure that when the power goes out, the Samaritan Center doesn't go with it. Together, we can build resilience and safeguard the services that so many depend on. Thank you for listening. Thank you for standing with us in the approval of the committee's recommendation for the project grant for funding. And let's work together to keep the lights on for those who need them the most.
Good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh, members of the City Council, City Manager Argabright, and my fellow community members. My name is Jennifer Frank, and I am here yet again to speak to you about our library, and I am a resident here in Simi Valley. Tonight, I am here to show my strong support for the Library Foundation's Community Projects Grant proposal to revitalize the library's teen center. The Community Projects Grant panel voted to grant $15,000 for the teen center, and I urge you to approve this amount. When I was here a couple of weeks ago, You helpfully pointed out that the city does not own the building that houses our library. I very much appreciate your directness about this matter. Thank you. And I understand that this complicates renovation efforts. With that in mind, the proposal for the teen center would not involve any construction or permanent changes to the building itself. The grant would allow the purchase of new, comfortable furniture, a smart board, as well as multimedia charging stations. It would also fund the purchase of a digital media kit, which would include a green screen, microphone, and lighting equipment. As the parent of a teenager who lives here in Simi, I can attest to the fact that there are not many places for our teenagers to hang out here in Simi Valley, especially for free. Our library's teen center could be an inviting, engaging, and safe place for Simi Valley's young people to study, collaborate, and just hang out. The items that this grant will provide will make a huge difference toward revitalizing this space. I strongly urge you to approve the Community Projects Grant funding for our library's teen center. Thank you for your time.
The next three speakers, John Lapper, Carrie Mueller, and Howard Rector.
John Lapper, Simi Valley, Mayor Kavanaugh, City Council, and City Manager. I'll have to abridge this a little bit since the Army Corps spoke and so did Waste Management. I didn't know they'd get there first. Tonight we heard from the Army Corps of Engineers for which was an excellent public relations presentation on the fire ash disposal to the Simi Valley Waste Management landfill. Also was the Waste Management's presentation, and they had a press release. And also the City of Simi Valley put out their little blurb. While I can appreciate the awesome support to Simi Valley from Waste Management, the need to assist our neighboring cities from the tragic fires, the wonderful relationship of Waste Management and our city leaders, one must also take note of the tremendous financial gain to Waste Management from the fire disposal to the Simi landfill. I spoke at length to Sean McDermott, Ventura County Environmental Services Manager, and while put at ease as far as precautions prescribed, I still have serious concerns about the monitoring of the disposal material at the Waste Management landfill. Sean McDermott conveyed that the airborne particles still present a hazard during transportation and dumping for sure. Test of the Eaton fire reveals levels of lead and arsenic that exceed allowable limits. Also found were a class of contaminants called polycyclic or aromatic hydrocarbons, which can cause headaches, coughing, skin irritation, and over long periods of exposure can increase the risk of cancers. We all remain clueless as to what chemicals are actually being dumped. Of course, hazardous waste is a no-no. Contaminants still exist. So my concerns really are what happens when it gets hot, what happens when it gets windy out there, what happens when the rain gets there and we start stewing what's in there. So the only thing that I can come up with to take care of that is I believe there's a need for independent, ongoing air quality testing in the vicinity of the Waste Management landfill. A request was made to the Ventura County Board of Supervisors also. Frankly, I don't care who foots the bill, just as long as it is done expeditiously so as to protect the residents of Simi Valley. This should not be a big ask. And I heard that there currently isn't that air monitoring system, but it definitely needs to be done. Lastly, I'll remind this council of Rocketdyne facility that for 50 years, mostly in secret in the name of national defense, has contaminated our neighborhoods. And to this day, at the Santa Susana Field Lab, the cleanup has been, for the most part, delayed for a good 20 years. Please respond to the community what you intend to do with this request, which is shared by many concerned residents of Simi Valley for, again, independent air monitoring sooner than later. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh and City Council members. Thank you for your dedication and your hard work for our city. My name is Carrie Mueller, and I'm here on behalf of the Simi Valley Library Foundation, not to be confused with the Friends of the Library. The Simi Valley Library Foundation's mission is to financially support the Simi Valley Public Library in its efforts to renovate and revitalize the library and its services. I would like to request that you award us the money we have requested that the Community Projects Grant Committee has recommended. Our first endeavor is improving the Teen Center by creating a modern, technology-friendly space that meets the needs of the community's youth. This funding will allow the library to provide essential furnishings and technology resources that foster learning, creativity, and engagement for local teens. By enhancing the Teen Center, the Foundation's hope is to increase teen engagement and improve their access to technology, which will strengthen the library's role as a vital resource for the 13,000 or approximate 13,500 teens living in Simi. The power outages were mentioned. We have homeless families. We have more kids being homeschooled now than in the past. But also, even for our kids who are in our schools, after hours and on weekends, they don't have access, or some of them don't have access to the technology or even to charge some of their devices that they use. But we would really like to be able to create an environment that's open to them, like she says, free, but friendly and welcoming to any and all to come in and use. So we would really appreciate your support in passing the community grant. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Howard Pector. And sadly, I'm not a Simi Valley resident, but I am a local business owner. I also serve on the board of directors for the Simi Valley Chamber of Commerce, which I'm representing tonight. The Chamber would like to express its gratitude to the city for their continued support of our organization. We're looking forward to co-hosting the upcoming State of the City with the City of Simi Valley. The event will take place at the Simi Valley Cultural Arts Center on Wednesday, May 28th. A welcome reception at 11 a.m., followed by a formal program beginning at 12. This presentation will showcase key city priorities, major accomplishments, upcoming projects, and community-focused initiatives that are shaping Simi Valley's future. Admission is free, but space is limited, and advanced reservations are required. So please register online at www.svvac. Thank you very much.
Jan Glassband?
I sent you an email with another letter. There's another one I emailed. Hi, everybody. How are you tonight? Good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh and members of the City Council. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Simi Valley Cultural Association. And thank you all for everything that you do to make Simi Valley a community that we all can be proud of. In Simi, we are blessed to have many nonprofit organizations that looked after the physical and emotional well-being of our citizens. We are also very fortunate there are organizations that deal with the cultural well-being of our citizens, bringing us together and unifying us under a common umbrella of cultural and social enrichment. Over the past 30 years, Simi Valley Cultural Association has successfully produced events that have served over 200,000 residents of all ages and backgrounds. The Ghost Tour in Strathern Park, Tumbleweed Town, and the Nottingham Festival are events that not only resulted in invaluable opportunities to families to share memorable experiences, but they also brought great benefit to the Simi Valley business community. The funds generated by these events have allowed for the development of multiple children's arts programs and have enabled SVCA to partner with the Simi Valley Unified School District. In 2017, Arts Cultural Enrichment Center was established on site at Simi Elementary School, where young people of all ages can find healthy, life-affirming activities that are educational and encourage critical thinking skills, while at the same time provide opportunities to express themselves in a creative, nurturing group environment. Two such tuition-free programs are Literature in Action Unbound and Literature in Action Junior, which offer 4 times a year to children 8 to 12 and 9 to 17. Well, actually 9 to 25 now. We've expanded it. These after-school programs are performance-based and focus on classic world and American literature in play form. These two programs first began in 1996 and have since served over 125 SEME school children each year. Our endeavor in 2025 and the project we are hoping the City Council might reconsider supporting is a one-day international festival and marketplace featuring food, entertainment, and crafts from all over the world. This event will help to subsidize our existing non-tuition-based programs while allowing us to develop other no-cost creative arts opportunities for young people and seniors. Admission to this event is 100% free so that everyone, particularly those who are economically challenged, might be able to enjoy a day with family and friends in the spirit of building a stronger, more culturally enriched, and tolerant community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Madam Mayor, that was the 10th speaker, and we will have council comments after item 6 when all speakers have spoken.
Thank you. We can move
Madam
on.
Mayor. Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, the next item on the agenda is public hearings.
Can I just, I'm sorry, may I just ask, though, how many more speakers we have? We have 15 more? Okay, thank you, I didn't hear that. Perfect, okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is public hearings. This is the time for testimony on public hearings on the consideration of matters as presented on this agenda. Let the record show that due notice was given as required by law, and an affidavit to this effect is on file in the office of the City Clerk. All comments submitted by email have already been provided to the City Council and will be made part of the record. However, they will not be read by the City Clerk this evening. Speakers will be called on in the order in which their card was submitted to speak for this public testimony item 5 for a period of no more than 5 minutes each. Persons addressing the City Council are requested to state their name and community residence for the record. Comments should be limited to matters relevant to the item on the agenda and may be ruled out of order if comments are unrelated to the item. The reports of city staff relating to these matters shall be made part of the record of this meeting. If you challenge in court any of the City Council decisions made here tonight, you may be limited to raising only those issues you or someone else raised at this public hearing. The time within which judicial review must be sought is governed by California Code of Civil Procedure, Section 1094.6. Public hearing item 5A, a public hearing to consider a general plan amendment pre-screening review of GPPS-2025-0001, Steel Wave LLC, a request to change the general plan land use designation for portions of Mall District within Simi Valley Town Center specific plan from general commercial to high density and very high density residential, to make the district a horizontal mixed-use site located at 1555 Simi Town Center Way, and Principal Planner Naren Gunasekara, Deputy Environmental Services Director Sean Gibson, and Environmental Services Director Stratis Perils are here to present this item.
Before we begin, are there any ex parte communications to report? I will say that I met with the developer prior to this meeting. Did anyone else?
Not recently, but I attended the marketing meeting on Thursday and heard one of their representatives speaking about their ideas.
Okay, thank you.
And I met with them along with our assistant city manager about 2 months ago.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you. We may begin.
Very good. Thank you, Mayor Kavanaugh. Good evening, council members. Tonight's request is for a general plan pre-screening application at the Simi Valley Town Center. For those in the audience, a general plan pre-screening request is not a formal entitlement. No project is being approved tonight, but rather a concept discussion is occurring to evaluate whether or not the applicant can proceed ahead with a formal application. Staff has received some basic information that we have provided in the staff report for your understanding of the project. And the goal tonight is to engage with both the applicant and the public to elicit concepts and ideas if the council decides to proceed with going forward with the request. If for some reason the council does not decide to proceed forward with the request, the existing rules of the Simi Town Center specific plan would still apply, and any development could still be done in accordance with the specific plan. So with that tonight, we'll turn it over to Principal Planner Naren Gunasekar to provide the staff presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh and members of the City Council. The applicant, Steel Wave LLC, is requesting a general plan pre-screening authorization to move forward with a formal application to change general plan land use designation for portions of the Mall District within the Simi Valley Town Center specific plan from general commercial to high density and very high density. As a result of this proposed change, significant portions of the town center would become zoned for multifamily residential uses and result in the elimination of commercial zoning in portions of the town center. If authorized to proceed, the applicant may file a formal application for a general plan amendment anytime during a one-year period following the pre-screening hearing. The Simi Valley Town Center specific plan is a comprehensive master plan for the site with separate subzones as shown in the diagram. The town and country district on the west includes big box retail. The residential district to the north includes the 500-unit Avalon Apartments. The Gateway district on the east includes a fitness facility and some vacant lots. The Central Mall district is where the general plan land use designation changes are being proposed. The areas proposed for change are located in the 44.7-acre mall district of the specific plan between Jefferson Way and Simi Town Center Way. The subject site has a general plan designation of general commercial. As mentioned previously, the 500-unit Avalon Apartments is within the 23.5-acre residential district of the specific plan, which also has a general plan designation of general commercial, though the designation is equivalent in the specific plan to very high density residential. This exhibit depicts the general plan land designations that would be required to accommodate the density ranges the applicant is requesting. The changes would encompass the parking lot areas on the east and the west, the eastern anchor tenant space and retail spaces on the north side of the site adjacent to Jefferson Way. 12.25 acres encompassing parcels A, B, and C, as shown on the diagram, will be changed to very high density residential. The remaining 3.5-acre parcel D on the east would become high density residential. Note that the additional commercial structures proposed by the applicant in the southern parking lot are not part of this pre-screening. This exhibit shows the proposed land use designations on the city's general plan land use map. This exhibit shows the proposed land use changes overlaid on an aerial image. The very high density parcels are shown in yellow. The high density parcel is shown in green. The two proposed land use designations have density ranges from 10.1 units to 35 units per acre. The high density designation encourages high density townhomes and 2 to 3 story apartments. The very high density designation encourages 3-story or taller apartments and is generally intended for use in the central portion of the valley floor. The proposed changes would result in the demolition of approximately 53% of the existing mall, with 312,000 square feet being removed. 42,000 square feet of new retail is being proposed. There would be a net loss of 270,000 square feet of retail, which is approximately 45% of the existing mall. With the changes, there is a potential for 281 to 498 residential units to be developed as shown in this table prior to any application of state density bonus law. State density bonus law may allow up to 100% increase in density to 996 units with associated development waivers, concessions, and limited local control. The applicant is proposing 291 units to 375 units. This slide has the specific plan objectives that are relevant to this change. The mall district has seen significant challenges with retail vacancies and the closure of the 2 anchor tenant buildings in 2017 and 2024. The project may be consistent with the specific plan's objectives if the proposed land use changes result in the revitalization of the mall district. This would require that a true mixed-use environment be created by the overall proposal. There would need to be sufficient residential units with varying price points and in enough volume to provide significant support to the retail uses. Sufficient retail must also be retained on the site. The revitalized retail may then provide more employment and sales tax revenue than is currently generated. These are the criteria used to consider a pre-screening request, as laid out in the staff report. The proposed changes to the mall district may be compatible with other land uses in the area if design considerations such as architectural consistency and connectivity between the residential and commercial portions are taken into account in the final design. There are, however, potential land use incompatibilities with the hillside performance standards and objectives of the specific plan and general plan. Protective measures such as a development agreement may be required to ensure the proposed project accompanying the general plan amendment request is compatible with other existing and proposed land uses in the area and aligns with the city's objectives. The proposed changes may be consistent with the general plan policies that prioritize infill and redevelopment of existing developed sites and mixed-use districts if the housing provided supports the economic vitality of the mall area. The economic benefits of the town center, with employment and sales tax increase, would need to be clearly demonstrated as part of the final application to avoid conflicting with the economic vitality policy in the general plan. There is a risk that the proposed changes may not align with the city's goal of a vibrant town center due to the permanent loss of the commercial square footage. Finally, in the last 12 months, there have been no other amendments in the same general plan area that have been considered and denied, nor has there been a new land use study or policies adopted. The following alternatives are available to the City Council as laid out in the staff report. Staff has no recommendation. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for questions.
Are there any questions of staff from City Council members? Councilmember Rhodes?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Staff, if this pre-screen is done tonight and it's not accepted, when can the next pre-screen be brought back to us for this project?
Generally, it would be after 12 months.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from City Council? Councilmember Litster?
Thank you. I'd like to understand better the potential ramifications of changing. If I understand what you're saying, obviously right now the specific plan, it is all zone commercial. What's being asked is not to have it a mixed use being commercial and residential, but basically now these areas become residential without that commercial element. Is that correct?
Correct. What is being asked is more of a horizontal mixed use over the mall district, where these areas in dark brown and light brown would become purely residential, and the remaining red areas would remain commercial.
And if, I realize pre-screening is just a conversation, it doesn't change the outright. If there were a change made to make this residential, if we were to go with high density, if I understand correctly, the numbers that you gave us, likely we would lose control over those numbers unless we're very specific with certain, well, let me back up. How could we be specific about those numbers, knowing that they're basically, there's bonuses if they do affordability, et cetera, that then are taken out of our hands? Is there a way that we could limit the number specifically to a certain number?
A development agreement is one option where you could try to limit the number and try to assure that the project gets built as proposed under that agreement.
And you use the word try. Would you explain why you use that word try?
Well, we're somewhat fine tuning in this proposal to identify the residential locations of the town center, because once you complete a rezone or land use amendment to residential, the state of California identifies residential properties under a different category, and if there aren't assurances that a project is built a certain way through perhaps a development agreement, it could be sold, or a higher density could result through various different ownerships or other laws which increase residential density.
Okay, thank you. And I have a question for Mr. Paris. We reevaluate our general plan for the housing element, et cetera, every 5 years, and we're required to get it certified, et cetera, and we have to meet certain RENA numbers. We have never, in all the time, chosen to make any of this residential in the past. Why is that?
So when we updated the general plan in 2012 and the housing element in 2021, we purposely did not select this Simi Valley Town Center to meet any of our regional housing needs assessment requirements. We designated other properties throughout the city to provide new residential. And the main purpose of that was to preserve the commercial sales tax space. Any development of the town center would be subject to a public hearing process such as this for its consideration. In a few years from now, we will be looking at a new housing element update. We will be getting a new RENA, or a Regional Housing Needs Assessment number, eventually from the state of California, and we will need to eventually find where new housing can be accommodated somewhere in the city. So that may be another appropriate time in the near future, I'm talking about by 2029, that we will need to be very creative of where we'll be accommodating new housing growth and development. Anything we do here would eventually be applied to some of our RENA calculations if new housing development were to occur in the meantime. But we will be going through this process in the near short term. But the goal of not changing up until now was also part of our Nailson-Dale Economic Development Strategic Plan adopted by the council within the last couple of years, as well as the Envision Simi Valley Specific Plan adopted also within the past year, and where we looked at transforming LA Avenue and Tapo Street for new housing development in those commercial areas. So again, only a little bit of the city is zoned commercial, and it's, when I say a little bit, about 4% of the city is zoned commercial, and we're always looking to preserve our sales tax base for our city budget. And so the goal of balanced growth, accommodating new housing development in the right areas that are in commercial areas that are languishing, is part of our formula going forward. And saving commercial areas like this for exactly the right development that the community and the council support is the little bit of local control we still maintain.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Ayala.
I want to double click on the question that Councilmember Rhodes asked. If for some reason, are we voting tonight that is the plan? And he asked if we, for some reason, say no, that we have to wait another 12 months before this comes back? Or is one of the options that we can say we have some proposed changes and we'd like you to come back incorporating those changes, and that can be done within the 12 months?
So what you guys are voting on tonight is the ability for this to move forward toward a formal application. This is just a pre-screening. What the council can do during this process is ask that the applicant take into consideration feedback from the council if they are to proceed with a formal application. So if there are certain things that the council wants to see in this development, in that formal application, this would be the time to bring that forward to the developer. And then the developer can work with staff to make those requests reality. And one of the things, too, that Mr. Gibson mentioned is the development agreement option. And obviously, that's a negotiated document. So in terms of ensuring that that's something that protects the city's interests and what the community and the council wants to see there, it is something that would have to be negotiated with the developer.
And I do want to point out one other thing. At this time, too, the council is not voting on a specific project. There is no specific project. All you're doing is looking at a consideration of a general plan amendment, because that's all you're allowed to do during the pre-screening process.
I have questions, but yeah, the
wait.
developer will need to
Okay.
be at the podium.
All right, Councilmember Rhodes?
Thank you, Mayor. This is an off-the-wall question for our planning crew over there. My biggest fear is once this zoning changes to residential, we've lost all control as we have in the city, and it's driving us absolutely bonkers. I'd like to propose that we invent a brand-new zoning type called commercial. And is there any possibility of creating in this general plan amendment a different type of zone that would allow housing but not allow Sacramento the overreach that they have accomplished with density bonuses and those sort of things?
I think what the tool that Mr. Gibson alluded to, the development agreement, is really our best hope to say, this is how we maintain local control on this property if we proceed with some type of formal development entitlement allowing housing. Currently, because we don't allow housing there, we're not subject to certain state laws. But once we start going down this path, a development agreement could put a cap on the number that gets built here, because it's built in accordance with the applicant's request. And they would agree to it, and the city would agree to it, and it would be binding that way. If the property were to sell to a new developer, they would also be subject to that same development agreement. And so that is the most useful tool cities have been employing to maintain that last vestige of local control on a case-by-case basis. I've seen some cities make every project go through a development agreement just to maintain, prevent unintended consequences.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that clarification.
I don't see any other questions from council. So at this time, I would like to open the hearing. Does the applicant wish to be heard on this matter? You can come forward.
Good evening. My name's Greg Hall. I'm a managing director at Steel Wave. We are the new recent owner of Simi Valley Town Center. I'm joined this evening by my colleague, Kevin Joyce, who's a partner of mine and a big part of this project as well since late last year, and our longtime general manager, Jeff DeJulius. And thank you to many of the merchants who are here this evening as well. I wanted to first thank Mayor Kavanaugh, Mayor Pro Tem Judge, Council Members Rhodes, Litster, and Ayala for your time and your consideration tonight and prior to this night as well. Also like to thank staff. Samantha, thanks for all the help you've provided. Luis, Stratus, Sean, Naren, and the rest of your team. You guys have been absolutely available. You've educated us on the history and the process, and we've tried to follow your lead, which is to make this really an iterative and partnership approach. I wanted to make sure everybody in this room understands that nothing is happening at this site tonight with any vote. This is just, do we move forward in some form or fashion? I'd also like to thank the community, many members in this, or many folks in this room. We have tried to reach out early and often with the community of Simi Valley. We've had our own booth at the Simi Valley Street Fair, which takes place at the town center. We've participated in community council meetings. We've been part of the Merchants Association, the Chamber of Commerce, and dozens of one-on-one discussions with members of the community. Before we get into the site plan itself, I wanted to just back up and tell you, number one, it's been partly informed by staff, by the community, and by what we think would make sense to revitalize the center. As we think about the future of Simi Town Center, taking different twists and turns in terms of uses there, this is not a test case. This isn't a trial balloon. Mixed-use redevelopment for Class B malls is happening throughout the U.S., particularly in California. There's many examples, which I'm happy to share. The Main Place Mall in Santa Ana, the Westminster Mall, which introduced 3,000 housing units. That's certainly not anything we're trying to attempt here. Laguna Hills Mall in Laguna, also another case where they've been able to revitalize foot traffic, and I think most importantly, at least to the city coffers, sales tax revenue. And as you look at the reduction of retail space, one might stand back and say, wait a minute, what is this going to do to our sales tax revenue? But what we've seen happen in other examples and other projects of ours is when you reduce the footprint from obsolete real estate to today's current modern real estate, the foot traffic increases, the dwell time increases, and the sales tax revenue increases. So we know it's imperative and a requirement of this process to present to you, the City Council, an economic study that you guys can vet. We'll hire them. We've got a draft already, but we'd like to submit it to the city when it's final, and we'll go through all the math of, does this actually make sense for the city from an economic perspective? Sales tax revenue, we think, will certainly increase with the right footprint, but also property tax revenue with the housing base that could be added to the center. I'm going to, if I may, I think I can plug in here. So I think this is what, the room has seen as part of the pre-screening application. I was going to flip through a couple other slides that may be representative in what it could look like. And again, we've done this a bunch, and the best projects by far are the ones that were informed by all the constituents, the city, the community, the developer, the tenants. We want that to be an iterative process. So if there are things here that don't make sense, we want to respond to that. As I flip over, this is an aerial of what could be, and one of the concerns we heard from some of the community residents and some folks on City Council is, this is our commercial center. This is where we shop. This is sales tax. And once it goes away for good. I hope you can tell on this image, what we're trying to do is preserve 95, 98% of the frontage of this retail center. This will still very much read as a retail town center. The housing that you see in the background there, this is very much a draft. We can fine tune these renderings, but that's depictive of the unit counts that we've talked about in this pre-screening application. What's important to note is this project was very well conceived over 20 years ago. It was delivered about 20 years ago. Design intent was good, construction was good. Since then, we've had GFC, the great financial crisis, we've had COVID, and more than anything, we've just had a change in how we all shop, right? E-commerce has changed the format of these boxes, and as everybody here in this room knows, today the center is 50% leased, largely because we have two big former Macy's and Robinson Mays on site. Those formats are really tough to lease today. So until we can arrest the declining vacancy, we're not going to see sales tax or sales increase or sales tax revenue increase. So what we've tried to do is not say, hey, let's go in here and steamroll the town center. Of course not. The box on the left here, we actually have advanced discussions with a sporting good company that I hope and I think would be welcome in the city by the community. But you'll see that in the foreground on the left side of the page. And then we want to repurpose that. We don't want to demolish it. We don't need to throw anything else in a landfill. Let's try and repurpose that. And that's at the outermost size of tenants in the market today. Those floor plates are 53,000 feet. We think we can get a lease signed on that ground floor, and we're going to do our best to get that second floor leased as well. The former Robinson's Macy's, which closed in 2017 on the east side, in this image is gone. That's a 150,000-foot building. That's an extremely large plate. There aren't restaurants and there really aren't retailers today that are trafficking that space. What's interesting is everything in between those bookends is doing quite well. And we want to do nothing but support those tenants. We want to invest in that asset. We want to make this a better gathering and shopping place for families. One of the main thrusts, and I think you can see this in some of the other imagery, I might have to go off screen here, is this is that keyhole park that was added, the parking that was added a few years ago. We really want to elevate this even more, right? And make this entertainment, sporting, lifestyle, where families can go and gather and spend time. Right now, the center somewhat reads as, I'm gonna go in, I'm gonna have a lunch, or I'm gonna go to Marshalls, or I'm going to go to Ulta and I'm going to leave. We'd really like this to be a more inviting and warm and welcome place for residents and family members to spend more time. And I think that's how we're going to see this uptick in sales for the merchants there. This is the far eastern end. So to the right edge of this page is where that larger Macy's sits today. Excuse me, this is still the west end. This would be, that image doesn't want to load for us tonight, but this is just a close-up of the Macy's West. Macy's East in this imagery has been removed. But our goal is, because of our consumer shopping patterns, because they've changed, we don't want to de-retail the center. We just want to right-size it for today's tenants and for today's users. So removing that eastern Macy's, adding housing is going to immediately have hundreds of bodies that are embedded shoppers and and customers of restaurants at the site. So we think having the housing there will support the retail. We don't think we've taken too much of this retail out. The retail that is being removed is either entirely vacant or in the rear of the site, which really hasn't performed anywhere near as well as the rest of the retail that's fronting the parking lot. But again, I just want to conclude by saying this was an informed site plan and ideas, but we want this to be iterative and hear from the community and hear from staff and city council about how to make it even better. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of the applicant from city council members? Councilmember Rhodes?
Sure, I'll go first. Greg, thank you for the presentation.
Come on back up, please.
So let's start with what we can agree on, and that is that if I'm being pragmatic, the large footprint mall, especially that design format up there, would be hard to revitalize in and of itself as a mall. And in that revitalization, you had to purchase it, you're gonna have to put a lot of investment into it. I even acknowledge that a housing component is something that is useful to that mall. I've always been partial to for sale housing units as opposed to apartments. Can you tell me the difference for your organization, what putting apartments in versus putting for sale units does to the numbers to make these things balance?
Well, yes, I can. I will tell you that the mall itself is really, and I've shared this with the council, at a break-even point, if not a loss today. The two previous owners lost control of the asset, and there was either foreclosure or bankruptcy process. And we don't want to be the third to do that. And I think as we continue to see that, the mall has continued to decline in terms of occupancy and net operating income. That's why we're here talking about how can we stop that? How can we make this better? For sale product is a more sought after product in terms of profitability in today's market. So we would agree that for sale, some maybe different types of products we could talk about, single bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, different formats, back-to-back, zipper townhomes of varying price points, but for sale would be most advantageous in today's market.
In your pre-screen conversation, it's been very high density, and I don't know that for sale units fit in very high density. Can you help me visualize that?
Yeah, so the scheme that I showed up there, where you could actually see the townhomes, those were ranging from the mid-teens to low 20s in terms of dwelling units. Again, back to the product type, if these were traditional duplexes or back-to-back townhomes, you're absolutely right. You're not going to get that kind of density. It would be a lower density. There's a format called zipper townhomes where they're kind of the inverse of each other. They're very efficient in terms of coverage of the land. And there you could recognize higher densities.
And how many, we have a huge range of units from the acceptable to the incomprehensible. What's your gut telling you is going to be needed to make this thing pencil well?
Well, I can answer that by telling you we probably should have planned, at least in the submittal to staff, a range that shook hands with the city's zoning code, meaning very high density and high density. Because what ended up happening is what we proposed, which was an outer bound of 375, the way that actually fell into the city's zoning code allowed us to get up to a much higher number. That wasn't the intent.
Yeah, and welcome to our world and our fear.
Right, I get that. And I think what we could do is talk about other density ranges for those sites that can, bring that, whatever the number is, 400 something units down to what we are proposing or something that this room agrees on.
Okay. I've got a couple more, but I'll defer.
Okay, Councilmember Lister's next.
Thank you. And I don't know that we're opposed to a residential component, but I think for me, I recognize that this is our crown jewel of commercial for our city, and I want to be sure it stays the crown jewel. And I want to be sure that we've explored all options. So I'm a little concerned what I'm seeing here. Let me just back it up. Has there been a consideration, for instance, of maybe just putting residential on top and keeping commercial all underneath it, for instance, or integrating it together in some way, or embracing the 500 units that are already there behind you that are locked out? I mean, one of the things I think about the design right now is there's one little walkway, but you have back-facing 500 different units. There's no road into that's convenient. They have to go all the way around. Anyway, it feels like you have residents there that you could immediately embrace and put into more of a retail shoppers. But I guess, have we looked at some of those options as well?
Yeah, I think that Avalon project is well leased. So there are bodies back there. There hasn't been as much flow from that project into the town center. What we're trying to do is, if we did nothing, which is what's happened for the last many years, we know how that story ends. The large boxes can't lease in the formats they are now. I wasn't going to get into the details, but that Macy's West box, which is the smaller one that we'd like to repurpose as an adaptive reuse type play, that's at least $12 million to renovate that building to make it ready for one or two or three tenants. So it's a significant investment. And to be clear, being able to have some sort of housing there unlocks the value of that land to reinvest into that building, to reinvest into the rest of the center. I think you might have seen in the rendering there that the Macy's that exists today doesn't look like the one in that picture. We really want to tie the center together to have some unity amongst the retail. In terms of construction type on top of the retail, the way that the buildings are built today, the stick frame retail probably doesn't support that kind of housing above the retail. We could certainly look into that, but our idea was to make use of the land that's not leasable today, largely where Macy's East is, and behind by Jefferson Way.
Okay, I'm hearing
That's the
you.
retail that just doesn't get trafficked as much as the front retail. That does very, very well.
Understood. And I will tell you, I know you have some outstanding tenants, but whether they're at full market rate or not, even in that back area that are doing great things. One of my concerns, and I maybe articulated when we met quite a while ago, is that to the residents of Simi Valley, the entrance to the Simi Town Center is coming up Erringer, and there it is. And this feels very much like what you're trying to do is put houses on one side, and it's going to be right up against the freeway where we have hillside performance standards where we're not supposed to see that, and then we have it all on the other side. And it's, to me, it's feeling like it's encasing. Yes, if you live there, it'd be a lovely little neighborhood, but it's not, to me, not feeling like it's embracive for the entire community. And maybe that's just the concept I'm seeing, but how do we get around that?
I think we should show you additional plans that actually solves that. I mean, maybe there's certainly ways to pull that back from Town Center Way so that the view corridor is more obvious that this is still Simi Town Center that everybody remembers, but you still have housing that's tucked maybe back towards Jefferson a little bit more. So we could certainly do some analysis of how to pull that back on both sides.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Ayala.
Hello. The Councilmember Litster had mention the houses on top of the retail, which was not what I was thinking, but I think what it speaks to is having the flexibility. And I think one of the ways that what I would like to see is a mixed-use overlay over parcel A and parcel B, so that we're not locked in to that being strictly residential. And so as this gets built out, we might have other options as to what might go in parcel A and or in parcel B. And so I would encourage you to look at doing that, which would give us a lot more flexibility and not lock us into simply just housing, but instead other ideas that might come from the community or from the council. Could be a hotel, could be a parking structure, could be a filming location, all of those things which would not be allowed if we just strictly kept it as residential. The other thing is, you mentioned the community input, which I think is great. And so I would just encourage you to continue in all phases of that, because with this particular development, as you know, it's going to impact not just people already have their businesses on that lot. They're living literally in that same parking lot across that little street. So being able for them to provide input, I think going forward in all phases will be really important. The other thing, and I don't know if you go into detail in this phase of the project, is any amenities that might be brought into the plan. So like when we're looking at this, we see places for housing, but where are the plans for things like open space for a community building, a pool, all of those things? When does that come into play?
Yeah, so if housing was considered and built here, those housing developments would have their own sort of embedded amenities, right? So if I was to live there, I'd like to have my own clubhouse or pool or tennis court or what have you. So those would be part of that future residential development. One of the programs we've talked about on the existing retail is not just reinvesting millions in the boxes to make them leasable again, but to actually do a large facelift to the existing center. So whether that's paint, signage and wayfinding, or more likely cleaning up the outside where we've got great seating groups, maybe there's play structures. I think about Porter Ranch, and I think that's a good case study. I think people are leaving Simi Valley to go to Porter Ranch, to go to Thousand Oaks, to go to Westlake Village. We're certainly not seeing the foot traffic at Town Center as we do at Porter Ranch. That format of the pads on the street, the spine of retail, and the larger dry goods and F&B, food and beverage uses are set back. That has worked for that community, and that's why we had that plan look that way. Is we saw that work, and we think that will work here as well. But amenities like outdoor seating, we were just brainstorming about, instead of the head-end parking, do we expand the sidewalk and create some really great places for people to spend time outside of a restaurant or with their family waiting, for somebody else to come join them for dinner. So millions of dollars invested in what we'll call common area improvements, seating, water features, play structures, things like that. But we'd be open to other amenity thoughts from you guys.
Because what I'm thinking about is all of what you said is great for people like us who are just going to the mall. But if I'm buying a place there, I don't want shared spaces with anybody. I'm living in a community. And my concern is that these different parcels in the future might be sold off to different developers who might have their own ideas of what the plan should look like. So I think that as we're going forward, there should be maybe a master plan that has all of these amenities in it specifically for the residents who are paying for these homes. And so no matter who buys these different lots to build on them, they will simply be building to the plan that was already signed off, as opposed to doing the least expensive thing possible, which is we're not going to give a pool, we're not going to have barbecue areas, et cetera, for the residents, right? So I think a master plan going forward that outlines all of the amenities, so no matter who builds on it, is just putting the plan into action would be great, including a community room that we as the city could use and other nonprofits could use, right? Which we don't have a lot of in the city, where they can host events and different receptions and things like that.
Understood. We can work with staff on ideas.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions. A couple of things you already touched on. The economic impact study, that is something we'd be greatly interested in seeing whether we're going to increase our sales tax or not, which we're hoping for. So that would be good. So I'll be looking forward to that. And also, we have mentioned staff has a development agreement, because that's a big concern and also what Councilmember Ayala says, is if we entitle these and then one parcel is sold off, we have no control. We've lost control on what's going to go there. So I would be very, very interested in a development agreement with a lot of the things that we're talking about, including the number of housing units. Because when we discussed it earlier, you don't need the high density, or the really high.
Very high
Very
density,
high density. You need the high density, just a little bit more. So that could be something that could be worked into the development agreement without having to come up with a new zoning. So, because we were talking about that just a little bit earlier today. And I also want to make sure and figure out that we don't do all the housing first and then nothing in the mall. We need to have some type of a balance. As we're building here, we're improving here, so that nothing gets all done at the same, so that housing doesn't get done and then nothing ever happens with the mall.
Sure.
So that would be something I would like to see in a development agreement too. Do you have ideas on how that's going to happen at this time?
Well, I can tell you that if housing was ever attained on this site, that doesn't solve all of our problems as the investor and as the owner. We can't walk away from the mall. The mall is the lifeblood of that center. It's what's going to make the housing successful, and the housing hopefully makes the mall more successful. So we have to invest in the retail component to make our overall investment profitable and cash flowing, which it isn't today. So we're not ignoring the retail by any stretch. In fact, I could share with the room, not specific names, but we're on the 1 yard line of a full lease for that lower floor for a sporting good company. We also have a elevated food and beverage restaurant concept, sort of a wine-driven concept that wants to be on a new pad at Town Center Way. So that kind of forms that basis of the spine entrance that we've talked about. As that becomes leased out, maybe we'd build that spine next. So there's definitely opportunity to capitalize on retail leasing today. We've worked on a number of renewals with our existing tenants, all of whom I think are very excited about the investment we're going to make in the center.
Okay. And one of the other things, you would begin improving the signage and the landscaping and the basins and all that immediately. Who set off the fire alarm? Okay. We had a little chirping back in the back earlier. Now we're getting a full fire alarm. So they're going to check it out. So those were my questions. In the meantime, do we want to take a 5-minute break? Let's take a 5-minute break so that we can figure this out. So we'll adjourn for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to coming back into session. Thank you. Would the applicants like to come back up? Thank you. Well, the buzzing made me finish and stop my questions, but Councilmember Rhodes does have another question.
Thank you, and for whoever pulled the fire alarm, thank you. I reloaded my coffee so we can go on for another few hours.
I pulled the alarm.
So I want to, the mayor talked about comprehensive economic impact study. And here's the math problem that I alluded to it earlier, and it's of great concern. So let's talk about retail for a second, and then we'll talk about the other component here. A retail study needs to show us what competent management in a mall like this would look like. And I'm not blaming any mall managers present for the current situation, but obviously neglect and missed opportunities and economic downturns and so on have created a problem. So to say it will be doing better than it has been doing, that's a low bar, and that's not a high enough bar. We need to understand what a revitalized mall tax revenue stream would look like. And then seeing that, then we want to know for sale units and what that looks like as a potential tax base. How does having rental units affect that number from the housing component? I'm trying to think of the other scenarios that would be there. So there's a potential in the current building and right now of doing filming and that sort of thing. And as far as I could tell, the new model doesn't have that in there. So there's a potential revenue loss from that type of a use. How would we replace that? And what's the overall thing look like? I'm of the mindset of saying, hey, we need a housing component to this, and I get it. Come back with a proposal, but I am so fearful of the Sacramento shenanigans of what they do with housing as soon as we relinquish control that I have to be 100% convinced this is going to be a slam dunk great deal for the city, or when that comes back, it's like, okay, we'll try again, and then you're in that new 12-month cycle. So let's hit the home run the first time out. But I want to see this. I hear there's a draft. I'd love to see more.
You bet. On that topic, we are more than happy to proceed with the development agreement. That is absolutely fine with us. That can put some sort of bookends, very tight bookends on what can and can't be done at the town center. So we're happy to work with staff to do that and to have that not only govern the type of product that can be built and the obligations of the owner/developer, but the unit count, right? We're not trying to get cute with, hey, let's call it 24 dwelling units, which puts us into the very high density, and guess what? Now we're going to use 38. No, we can make that finite.
That will go a long way to alleviating fears, and still we're in the try category, which is always that weird gray area. But yeah.
And I think you'll be happy with the sales tax revenue, because more than half of what we're proposing to remove is generating exactly 0 sales tax dollars today.
Right. Yeah. Excellent. Thank you. Those
All
are all
right.
my questions.
Councilmember Litster.
Thank you. Just a quick question for maybe for the developer, maybe for our team, city. Can we do a development agreement before approving a pre-screening? For instance, let's say tonight we vote and say, I'm not happy, I'm not sure I want high right now residential in these 4 quadrants at this high density. I would consider it again, but with a lot of things worked out, et cetera. Can we turn it down tonight and meanwhile have you work on a potential development agreement and then bring it back to us when in a year's time or after demonstrated retail commitments, et cetera? I'm just playing hypothetical. Is that possible?
And Councilmember Lister, I'll jump in for this one. The council is not voting on either a general plan amendment itself or a plan today. And so to that extent, it would be inappropriate actually for them to bring a development agreement beforehand because there's nothing to actually agree on. It would make sense for them to do it either in conjunction with the actual project, because then you're going to see a project which the developer is going to bring later on. And the agreement, the development agreement, as well as any amendment plan will likely come along with that, including the entire project.
So if I'm understanding you, I want to be sure I'm understanding. If in this pre-screening, let's say we said, okay, I'll take a little bit of residential in that back section. The other 3 areas, I don't want any right now. Let's just say, hypothetical, I said that. And that we came to consensus that, okay, well, we'll take moderate housing in that D back section, whatever. I'm just playing. Once that, if we had agreed to that tonight, then technically you could start a development agreement, and then they could come back in a year's time and say, you know, we've got this much ironed out, but we really think we need more housing here, and look what's happening retail-wise.
I think that the idea is that tonight, all you're saying is that you're willing to consider the possibility of an amendment based on the preliminary plans that they've put forward, and that they can go forward with that. At the end of the day, they're still going to have to submit future plans, which they're going to come back with an entire project. And so right now, you're just getting a cursory view. That's why the developer keeps saying, I'll take what you're saying and I'll look at this and I
Sure.
can revise that, because we don't know what it's going to ultimately be.
So if we say yes to this tonight, we are changing,
Nothing.
we're not changing nothing, but we're basically saying we would consider that being residential and not commercial at all, not mixed use at all.
All you're saying is that you would consider that so that they have the opportunity to actually bring back an amendment later on. You could, when it comes back later on, you could deny it at that point if that was the council's choosing. So tonight is only for a consideration of that option and nothing more.
And if I can also clarify, some of the feedback that the council provided was that there is interest in like a mixed-use overlay, right? So that would be something that staff would work with the developer on to ensure that there's flexibility in what can be developed in that area.
Councilmember Ayala.
I'm just a little stuck because I think Councilmember Lister confused me a little bit. I want to make sure, no one's surprised by that, right? I just want to make sure that if, that the developer can come back anytime and we don't have to wait for a year to pass
Correct.
before going forward with other things, right?
Correct.
If you approve it tonight, if you deny it, then
Then it's the year.
It's a year for pre-screening. Now, that does not preclude the developer from coming back with a project, to be clear.
Nor does it preclude it from working on the retail side because it's all the commercial stuff. It's just building units or
Yeah,
planning.
so voting yes tonight is really for the developer to work with staff, incorporating any changes that we've asked for, and it's for you to take into consideration, right? And then bring back to us a different plan that would also include a development agreement that we would then be able to vote on. Yep.
I think
That's
that was a great
correct.
way to describe it.
Thank you.
Right. He wanted they wanted to know what it was we were looking
Yes.
forward to, how we wanted, what our vision was, so that you could move forward with a plan that hopefully meets our vision, as well as a development agreement that kind of gives us some controls should we change any land residential uses. Councilmember Rhodes.
Yeah, I remembered one more on parcel A, and the wonderful images you showed up there showing the new potential anchor tenant had a parking lot right next to that building and not housing jammed up right next to it. That parcel, I think, is ripe for other opportunities up there, and I think Councilmember Ayala alluded to a potential that makes additional sense for the city to consider in that's not housing, but yeah, a hotel, for instance. We're in need of another one, and that would be an excellent landing spot. So that might be a possibility to work into your plan.
Okay, thank you.
I think you're off the hot seat right now. We'll
If
move-
I may, just
Oh, sure.
A few seconds, I'd be remiss not to say that obviously we're not disturbing anybody if Macy's East were to someday disappear. We would be disrupting tenant businesses in the back if that was to change use. And I just want to let everybody know, we'd make a commitment to work with every tenant back there. We'd love for them to stay at Town Center, whether that's a relocation, whether that's a new retail building. We'll meet with them as often as they would like to, but we'd love to keep our great tenants at Town Center. So we're happy to work with them in any format to retain them.
All right, thank you very much. We appreciate that. Gomez Blanco, are there any members of the public wishing to be heard on this matter?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we do have a few speaker cards. I will be calling out 3 names at a time so you'll know who you follow. The first speaker is Mike Shaw, then John Lapper, and Jeff DeDulias.
Twice in one night, aren't we lucky?
Yes, aren't you lucky?
Good to see you.
Just lucky. Thanks for listening to me again. I promise I'll be quick this time. I won't pull a lister.
You just got a no vote.
I want to put in my 2 cents as I'm happy to see a developer interested in that project. I mean, for years, we've seen it languish. And I've kind of heard it from him before that if we get too stringent, we're going to chase them away. So let's hope that we can all get our wishes in an appropriate line and keep in mind that density and all of that, there has to be a financial aspect of this that makes it successful. So I'm all for them. I hope that you guys will be on board with their whatever they come up with too. Thanks.
Thank you.
John Lapper, Simi Valley, round 2. I too am very thankful for this developer. I did sit in on a very full presentation at one of the civic organizations in town and was pretty impressed that this is the company that's going to save our mall. I'll keep this brief because, like I said, I'm 100% in favor of the mall being converted to mixed use or residential as the only way to seriously revitalize the Simi Valley Town Center Mall. My question has to do with the request for very high density versus high density. I sat in on a thorough presentation by the new mall owners, which talked about townhouses for sale, as that encourages people to invest in the property, pride in ownership. They mentioned just over 200 townhouses to be built. In the Agenda 5A staff report, I'm seeing 291 units to 375 units proposed by the developer. Quite a difference between the public relations campaign and what is now being requested. Also of concern with very high density, the state maximum is actually 856 units. What safeguards does the city have to prevent the developer from using state laws, especially regarding affordable housing loopholes, to approach a very high number of units? As with the 4-story project at Alamo and Tapo Streets, the city hands were ultimately tied and forced to accept the developer's terms with ultimately only a handful of low-income properties. Will the Housing Accountability Act, AB 2243, and state density bonus laws handcuff the city council? That page 8 of the staff report states these may severely limit the ability of the city to impose local control in order to retain retail use and ensure development is compatible with the town center's unique location in the city's hillside areas. What is preventing the developer from adding apartments at the very high density level? Would high density designation better serve the community while still giving the developer the ability to build the townhouses for sale, as promised? I hope the Simi Valley City Council has good legal counsel, real estate and otherwise, before moving forward. Obviously, tonight is really simple of just saying, hey, bring us the plans. But I don't know if the very high density or high density is binding tonight, but I see no reason to go above high density for the mall area. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, distinguished council members. I haven't had the pleasure yet, but we will very soon. Welcome. So as you know, I've been involved with Simi Valley Town Center since its inception in the early part of the 2000s. When I was with Forest City Development, through the development construction phases, and finally came on board as a general manager in 2010. While the two succeeding developers attempted to come to grips with the changing retail landscape and deal with the half mile between the two department stores and an open-air center affected by the weather, I sincerely believe in my heart of hearts we finally have a partnership that understands what it will take to make this shopping center receptive to the community in this decade. They have consistently met with all of our merchants and solicited ideas and input. None of the other developers have ever done that. The new developers understand that with the second largest footprint in the city, Simi Valley Town Center is open to any organization to use with the critical open spaces and spacious parking acreage, and will allow that in the new plans. That is a key item for me. In the worst retail climate I've ever witnessed, I have been able to keep the center filled over the last 15 years with many entrepreneurs, some coming from their kitchen tables, and in so doing, the town center has become a real entrepreneur's haven. People no different than any of us with the same economic wants and needs. The new developers completely understand that, and I was happy to hear Greg make the comment that anybody who is in the town center now wants to be, there will always be a home for them. We have a merchants association that is so dynamic and is unlike any in the world, and some of you have attended our meetings and have given awards to our achievers. If you haven't figured it out already, my heart and soul are completely in this center. Inadvertently, we happily discovered one day that 35 of our stores are owned or co-owned by women who strove for the piece of the American dream. 9 national tenants added to that are operated by women, and plenty of them have been with us since 2010. That's more than half of the center. That's important to me. That fact was a subject of a shelved Acorn article, and hopefully they'll resubmit that. So in closing, a redeveloped Simi Valley Town Center will be a nice reward for all of their hard work and sacrifices. I encourage the City Council and the community to continue to work with these developers to get the best use out of the 45 acres and the second largest tax base in the city. Thank you so much for hearing from me.
Alpha Alamany, followed by Ryan Prem, and then Angie Kirk. Ryan Prem. Then, that one not either.
Hello. I'm supportive of the idea of having housing in the town center, especially if it's affordable, because it creates a nice community where you don't have to like shop online or have to go drive somewhere. You can just walk to the store and you can go to social areas and create your own little sustainable community, and also prevents like suburban sprawl, which you'll see in other places in Simi Valley where we're tearing down land to build up new houses that are in the middle of nowhere. They have to go all kinds of places. So having something already in, quite literally, that town center is a good idea. I have a lot of concerns. The number 45% of the retail areas being taken down, I feel like that's too high. I feel like in that like map, parcel B just takes out that whole back end of the mall. And so basically it just becomes like a strip mall with like 2 townhouses centers at the end of it, and I don't really like the idea of that. And I'm also afraid that this is a slippery slope where like, yeah, sure, this is like the rough draft plan, but then it goes through and then it goes through and then it goes through, and that's what we end up seeing. again, I love the idea of having having mixed use areas, but I don't like this current plan. That's all I will say. All right, thank you.
John Southwick, 7, and Ian Shantz. John Southwick? No. Some do. 7? Ian? Then Greg Hall and Todd Huber.
Hello. Okay. Hi. So my name is Ian, and I grew up here. I have lived in Simi pretty much my entire life, and I am strongly in support of redevelopment at the mall. It's something that I've actually been interested in for a long time, as long as I've been interested in urban planning. And so there are a few different points I'd like to touch upon regarding that. First is the size of the parking lot itself. I know a lot of people are worried about being able to find parking, but I can say from having been there at multiple different, very well, like a lot of people went to them events, including the street fair, the circus, and Simi Valley Days, that even at times when large portions of that parking lot are taken up by fairgrounds, a circus, rides, otherwise, there's still ample parking. I've never had to park off-site, even when it's been full and the parking lot has been partially used. So on that point, I think that utilizing areas that are currently parking lots, as was demonstrated within the map, would be a very effective way to increase the housing supply in the city. Moving on from that, I think that it's obvious to everybody here who's been in Simi for any length of time that the way that the mall has been run up until this point has not been effective. And I don't see how putting more people closer to it would be worse, especially if a significant portion of the land area, like the storefronts, are just empty. What's the point in having empty storefronts and continuing the way that it is? It's not a healthy business strategy, and it's not healthy for the city. The nearest housing is already at the higher densities that the city allows, and it hasn't caused any issues for anyone. And the mall itself is physically separated from pretty much any other housing except for the Avalon Apartments. It's essentially just next to the freeway. Going on from that, the mall itself would be really an excellent place to have more housing because it serves as the stop for 2 Ventura County Transit Commission lines that take people all across the county, as well as one of the city's bus services that takes people not only in the city, but also to Moore Park College and Chatsworth Metrolink station. So having more people there would help all 3 of those transit services have increased ridership. Just a few days ago, actually, I think it was 4 days ago, the Orange County Register found that it's required in Orange County, obviously this isn't Simi, but there's a point I'm getting at. In Orange County, you need $373,200 of income to be able to buy a home. The median income in Simi Valley in 2022, I just got this off Wikipedia, is $112,144. I think we can all hear that there's a pretty big difference between those 2 numbers. And if anyone has been to Orange County, which I'm sure probably everyone here has been, they have followed suburban planning styles throughout that entire county. And if we follow those same exact styles here, all we're gonna do is make it harder and harder for people to be able to afford housing, just as has happened in Orange County. There are a growing number of people who want to live in places where they can walk to the destinations that they need to get to instead of needing to drive. It makes it so you can see friendly faces instead of just seeing a big machine in front of you that's cutting between different cars. You don't have any personal connection with the people around you when you're driving. You do when you're walking around. And this would create an opportunity for that here in the city. You also don't really stop in stores that often that you're passing by when you are driving, unless you are already planning on going there. But if anyone here's gone to Main Street in Ventura and you walk down there, you're not just walking down the street and then that's it. You stop, you look in the stores, and you buy things and you see what there is. Just my last point here is that SEMI has billed itself as a good place to start a family and a good place to raise children. And if it's not affordable for young families to come here and start a family, if they can't find a home, how is this going to continue to meet that promise? I don't believe it will. So I support the development, and I actually support it at the highest densities.
Greg Hall? Oh, that was yours, sorry. Todd Huber?
Good evening, City Council, Mayor. How you guys doing tonight? I'm Todd Huber. I'm a Simi Valley guy. I've lived here for 56 years. I grew up here. My father-in-law was the city manager here for almost 20 years. My dad was the mayor for almost 10 years, and I'm really proud of being from Simi Valley. I currently am the director of the International Skateboarding Hall of Fame. I want to put the emphasis on international because we bring people from all over the globe to the Simi Valley Town Center. Sadly, I'm in the spot that's slated for demolition, but it was cool to hear the owners say that they're going to work with us. But I just wanted to come here tonight to support the project. The mall can be better for sure. I love it up there, but it definitely lots of room for improvement. But I just wanted to just speak on behalf of the two great museums that are in the area that are going to be torn down. Not only is the Skateboarding Hall of Fame my museum, a nonprofit, but I'm next door or 2 doors down from the Military Museum, and they're a very unique place. We were recently called Fun and Quirky by 805 magazine, and if Simi Valley needs more of anything, it's fun and quirky. So hopefully the new owners will work with us. As a nonprofit, they've been really good to us so far, but I see a big investment here, and it kind of worries me about the future of me being able to stay there. I also want to say in closing that LA is going to be the host of the Olympics in 2028. Because we're an international skateboarding museum and skateboarding is now one of the most popular events in the Olympics, the international spotlight is going to be on us. And I sure hope it's at the Simi Valley Town Center and not in the Valley or in LA where they'd like us to be. So hope you guys approve this project. Thank you.
And Todd, they might say you're fun and quirky, but Spectrum's been advertising you too. I've been hearing that a few days. So congrats on, there you go, you're global on that. So we also had cards with people that did not wish to speak. We had 20 cards in support of. Oh, I thought you were done. I'm sorry.
No, we have 3 more.
Okay, we have 3 more. Sorry.
The next, Bob Cottle, Jeff Peterson, and then Scott Hansen.
Hello, Mayor Kavanaugh, members of the council. I'm Bob Cottle. I live in Simi Valley for a long time. I won't say how long. I am supportive of the mall, but I'm not supportive of high density and very high density development with the mall. And there's several reasons for that. One is that it's going to destroy the ability of the city to ever have a large commercial development. That's the only place that's left. Now, I do feel for the owner, but they did buy the mall knowing what condition it was in. I think that it's a good idea to develop the mall further. A great idea to have a sporting goods store. I strongly recommend They pursue development that relates to recreational activities. We don't have very many of those in town, like Dave and Buster's, like the Chuck E. Cheese that moved out. Different things that would bring people into the mall and create activities and also use the facilities that are there now, the restaurant, the movie theater. The other issue that I have with the mall or with the development proposal is that you start putting a lot of high-density development outside the valley floor, which is really a direct contradiction with the general plan policies that we have now. And we also want to try to, or at least the city should be trying to place high-density development near transit facilities, that it would be the Metrolink area. That has been a little bit ignored as of late, but hopefully that will be something you want to consider in the not-too-distant future. I think one of the things that the council should really think about is where do we want high-density development to be located? And I'm not against high-density development, but it's got to be in the right location. And I don't think this is the best location. It's just, I feel like we're trying to bail out a developer that bought a property that was underperforming. But I think that things that can be done on the developer side to improve that property, and I think we should give it a chance, give the new owner a chance to bring in some stores and activities and see if they can't revitalize it. Because once you put the multifamily homes in, they're in. You're not going to change it. And it's not going to be a town center anymore. It's going to be a neighborhood shopping center, albeit a large neighborhood shopping center. It's just going to be another neighborhood shopping center with a grocery store and some shops and a theater. Is that what we really want? Is that what we envision for the town center? I don't think so. Another point on the arena, the more development the city does for residential, SCAG looks at that and says, well, they could probably do some more. Why don't we up their arena a little bit, give them a little more requirement to build even more housing. So that's it. I'm the naysayer, sorry about that. But I think that in the long run, I'm looking holistically for the community, not just this one project site. And I think the council needs to take a step back and say, hey, is this the best thing for the city? That's it. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Jeff Pedersen. I've been a resident of Simi since 69, so I don't know what's that, 55, 56 years. I've seen quite a bit change over the years. It's kind of fun to tell people how things used to be and just look at their stares back. Thank you for all the time that you put in to make the city a better place. That's the only way it gets to be a better place is through your efforts, and everybody's appreciative of your consideration and weighing all the aspects that could be involved in any development. The downside I see with this is they kind of went for a home run. They said, well, let's see if everybody will be okay with very high density, and I'm not sure that that's what we really want. Once we move things forward, as concerns have been expressed, it tends to be out of our hands, and then we're stuck with whatever we get. I agree with those that have been concerned that the housing portion will be done, and then the mall improvement portion may lag, and there needs to be a cohesive effort to ensure that it's carried out with some kind of vision. I do see the need for having some development in a living type aspect there, but I don't think very high density or perhaps even high density is the way to go. But, you know, it's like Rocky proposed some sort of new term that allows 24 units per acre or whatever it is. One of my other observations is that I do get around town some, and I've noticed that the land to the north of the Avalon Apartments is already graded out, like it's intended to be developed for apartments. And so that hasn't been brought up or thought of at this time, but as the city continues to fill out, I foresee that that's a possibility, that there could be more apartments above Avalon, and then you've got an even greater dense area all in one spot, and that's going to create problems with traffic and sewer and all the other things that go into making a city operational. So those are my concerns. As proposed, I'm not really in. I'd tell them to come back with something more concrete rather than just floating a trial balloon and seeing if we salute. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Dede, council members. I just have a couple things to say. Scott Hansen, lifetime resident, 62 years. I'm another naysayer, but you know, eventually everything's going to be, whatever happens is going to happen. If we try to stop it, it's going to happen from the higher ups. So I won't bring that up, but I've yet to see building more apartments bring the cost of housing down. Doesn't happen. Nobody's going to decrease the rent on apartments when they go up. So that's the one thing on that. And the other thing is the mall project also may be a good opportunity for the city council to look into proposing a food truck vending court be incorporated into it. Since a lot of the residents of Simi Valley seem to appreciate that, maybe that might be an option to include in that project. Thank you.
I'm going to confirm. Ms. Blanco, we're all done with our speakers?
Yes, Madam Mayor, that was the last one.
All right, thank you. We do have additional cards that chose not to speak. We have 23 people in support and 2 oppose. He doesn't have a card in.
We have, for item 6, we still have public comment.
We still have public comments for item 6. Did you mean to be in this open hearing? You'll need to complete do you have the card completed?
What is your name, sir?
Mr. Ortiz, why don't you come up and go ahead and start, and they'll find your card. And if we don't have it, we'll have you.
He had a blue one.
Oh, we just had a blue one instead of a yellow one. Come on up, you're fine.
We're gonna restart that time because I'm a fighter. We're gonna go the whole distance. We're going the whole distance. Restart that clock.
No,
Come
you
on.
only get that much.
No. Hey, thank you all. Much
you.
blessings to you all. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening. I've been here in Simi Valley, for many years. Since 1969, our family moved here and seen a lot of development here. And I'm very thankful and fortunate that, being here at the mall at the town center has been a blessing to us and our community and our youth, that we actually get off the streets and try to change their lives and give them more of conceiving themselves and believe and achieve, But I know we have Glenn Becerra, who is a former board member here, on the staff here with them, and I just would hopefully that we can be able to establish what their dream. I'm sure there's going to be a little bounce back and forth, but we're here for the long fight, and hopefully a fight for them to hopefully see what they can do to regenerate the mall and to make it better, as well. We were able to put on some shows there. If you all know, we put on some boxing shows. We brought world champions out here to Simi Valley. I had Meg Ryan actresses. I had Mr. Gambino, a lot of movie stars come out, and we bring those people here just to just show what Simi Valley, and the shows we put on, we have people from all over the world coming out as well too, to fight on our cards and stuff. and we're looking to doing more shows and be able to and bring more people to Simi Valley and make it aware of Simi Valley and the town center itself. And now we actually have one more little event coming up. It's going to be our little Lucha Libre show. I'll do a little fast little thing here. Okay. Now we have a Lucha Libre show going on, and it's something that the town center. I'm a mom and pop's, establishment, and to be able to have what we have today, it's a dream. It's a reality. And I just want to say thank you to this town center. Thank you guys for having us, and appreciate you all at the board as well. Have a blessed night. Thank you so much.
Is there anyone else who submitted a blue card to speak on this item?
No, we will go back to the open public comments. Thank you. Okay, so we're done now?
Yes.
Okay,
Madam.
third time's a charm. 23 cards in support and 2 were opposed, in addition to all the speakers. So at this time, does staff desire to respond to any comments or issues raised?
I did, Mayor Kavanaugh. Mr. Lapper brought up one term about the Housing Accountability Act, and that's the state law similar to what happened at Tapo and Alamo, where the general plan and the zoning designation were in place to mandate multifamily residential development. And that's why the city council, for example, on that project, could not say no. This is a different type of situation. The general plan and the zoning don't match up with what's being conceived of. So if and when this project were to come back to the city council could say no. You could deny it, and that's because it's not protected by the Housing Accountability Act. A development agreement, to answer the other item, is a way to put a cap on the number of units, and so that is a tool in our toolbox if we choose to explore it. And the gentleman over here, I think Mr. Peterson, he discussed the land above to the north of Avalon Apartments. That's the North Canes development, and that's a development proposal that will likely be presented to the city council in the near future. Proposal for a couple hundred single-family homes, as well as a senior living component as well. So that area is currently outside the city limits, requires an annexation, but there is the potential for new residential development in close proximity to this location.
Thank you.
I think
Mr.
that's all we
Gibson,
got.
anything?
We're good.
Okay, Ro, thank you. Does the applicant have any desire to respond to the staff? Just his comments?
Looking forward to incorporating the comments and working with staff.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Okay. This hearing is now closed. So any further comments or questions from city council members? Seeing none. Oh, sorry. Councilmember Litzter?
Well, I guess I want to understand what the next steps are here tonight. I definitely have some comments on what my thoughts about going forward, but we could also then choose to modify if we wanted to as well, correct? When I say modify, with pre-screening, for instance, is it yes or no?
Yes, it's yes or no.
So we can't say yes on two areas, but not on on.
Correct. You can say yes, the council votes to move this forward, incorporating the feedback that the council has provided to the developer. Or you can say, no, we don't want to do anything.
Got it.
But the yes does not guarantee anything either.
And we can't say, yes, I'm okay with parcel D, but not okay on
Not
parcel
at this-
C.
not at this time.
Okay,
Not this time.
okay, okay.
All right.
Then I would like to make a couple comments, but but if that's all right.
Yes, you have time to make comments.
Thank you. I just wanted to explain, I think, where my vote's going to go. I very much appreciated my conversation with Stras this weekend. I just came to appreciate that this is the only land designated and available for regional commerce in Simi Valley. There is no other location. If we bring in residential, and by the way, I like a small portion of residential, but if we do, we cannot go back. We have other commercial mixed-use areas that we could use. We've got this Envision Simi corridor. We've got that huge area on LA Avenue that is for mixed use. We've got Tapple Street corridor, et cetera. We have areas that are designated for exactly really what they want to do in terms of mixed use. So I am concerned if we go forward as it is, as structured, we cannot step backwards. I did attend the mall marketing meeting last Thursday, and I appreciated the question that was asked by Todd Huber, who is here. He may have left. He asked the question, what about the housing behind the mall? I referenced it. I really think the mall could do something to, or the town center, excuse me, it's not a mall, it's a town center. They got to use the correct vernacular. I do think very much that something could be done to reach out to residences that are already in the area to capitalize on them. I'm concerned, though, that that's where I want the developers to start, and then come back and say, let's look at residential to supplement what we're doing. But I really want this to be a jewel for the entire city and surrounding area, not a beautiful neighborhood shopping area. There are some amazing merchants in that mall. Many of them are here tonight, and you deserve the best. You deserve something wonderful. And I believe that the 22 cards are in support because they want the mall revitalized. They don't want to lose their spot. They don't want to necessarily lose 45% of the mall's commercial, which is what's being proposed. But of course, they want more customers and more activity, and they know that Steel Wave is a good owner. And I believe that you are good owners and will do great things. So I know that we've already met arena numbers. There's a reason why we never planned for housing in previous iterations. And so I think for that reason, at least for me, I'm going to vote against housing. I'm not opposed to it, but I'm just concerned myself with going forward the way it is constituted right now. And I'd love to have further conversations and have them come back and discuss after we've spent more time. So I just wanted to share that.
And if I can just say, Councilmember, again, if the council decides to move this forward, the developer and staff would work together to incorporate those comments and that feedback that the council has provided tonight. And then, again, if the council says this can move forward for a formal application, then when that formal application comes back, and if that is not reflective of what this council has directed that it wants to see, then council can also deny it at that time as well.
Understood.
Any other comments, questions? I will now entertain a motion.
Yeah, well, where's the motion? I'll get it.
Here.
Did you put the motion on the last page?
Mike there.
Where is it? Okay. Okay. I'll make the motion, now that I found it. I move to authorize GPPS-2025-0001 for further processing as a formal general plan amendment with any additional directives discussed in the report and public hearing. It's the correct one, right? Yeah.
Second.
Thank you. Call for the vote.
The motion passes with Councilmember Litzter voting no.
Thank you. We can now move to the next item.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 6, public statements. During this agenda item 6, the council will hear public statements from persons who had previously submitted speaker cards and did not speak under agenda item number 4. Speakers will be called on in the order their card was submitted. To speak for this public statements item 6 for a period of no more than 3 minutes each. Persons addressing the City Council are requested to state their name for their community of residence for the record. I will call 3 speakers at a time so you will know who you follow. Tracy Connett, Dawn Cosgrove, and then Natalie Helton.
Can you see me? Good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh and City Council. I want to thank you for your past support in granting our grant request, and that has now made you a partner with us in fighting food insecurity in this community. This grant, along with food share, retail store donations, and private contributions, ensure we can continue to offer a wide variety of healthy choices for our almost 300 families who come every single week. We serve families, seniors, children, and anybody else that needs some food. For over 5 years now, we have been helping families, seniors, and children, my neighbors and your neighbors, with food insecurity. They thank you, and so do we. That's all.
Thank you. Don Cosgrove? Natalie Helton?
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to share about Many Mansions Community Projects Grant. I grew up in the city of Simi Valley, and I'm very proud to work for an organization that supports Simi Valley residents. Since 1979, Many Mansions has provided housing and services for economically disadvantaged, vulnerable community members. As part of our mission, we believe the solution to ending homelessness goes beyond providing housing. This is why we also offer a range of programs and services that ensure our residents remain housed and thrive. Our Community Projects Grant proposal supports 2 Many Mansions Simi Valley properties, Casa de Paz and La Rajada Apartments. Combined, these communities house 23 extremely low-income individuals, including seniors, children, all of whom have experienced chronic homelessness or suffer from a disabling mental or physical condition. Residents receive comprehensive on-site support like wraparound services, counseling, and resource referrals to promote housing stability and greater self-sufficiency. Without access to these critical offerings and affordable housing, these individuals are at high risk of becoming homeless. Ensuring the long-term sustainability of the supportive housing communities is vital to the success of vulnerable Simi Valley residents. Our proposal requests funding for the purchase of 21 new energy-efficient heating and air conditioning systems, 13 at Casa de Paz and 8 at La Rajada. The new HVAC units will provide much-needed upgrades to the current heating and air systems, many of which are original to the buildings which were constructed in the 1970s. In addition to presenting a range of health and safety concerns, these outdated models are also failing. To function, the current heating units require a standing pilot light. Due to their age, these are easily extinguished and can only be relit by gas company technicians. This is especially problematic in the winter, with many housebound and ill residents forced to wait, sometimes for extended periods, until their heating can be restored. Additionally, for residents who face mental health challenges, disruptions to their routine and living environments can be detrimental to their overall well-being. The new models combine heating and cooling into one systems, simplifying maintenance and improving resident safety and living conditions. Many Mansions is honored to be a current and former recipient of grant funding from the City of Simi Valley. With this proposal, the organization invites the city to continue our partnership, helping to create a brighter future for in-need Simi Valley residents. Thanks very much.
Thank you. The next 3 speakers, Cindy Slack, Nikki Leon, and Gina Troncalli.
Good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh, members of the City Council, and fellow community members. My name is Cindy Slack. I'm here to represent the Simi Valley Library Foundation. Today, I'd like to speak briefly about why a renovated teen center at our public library is not just a want, it's a community need. Teens in our community need a place that feels safe, welcoming, and their own. A dedicated teen center offers an environment where they can explore ideas, express themselves, and connect with peers outside of school and home. A vital third space that fosters belonging. With updated technology, comfortable study areas, and access to curated resources, a renovated teen center will directly support homework help, research projects, and literacy development. It will also provide enrichment programs in STEM, creative arts, and life skills that prepare teens for adulthood. Having a positive place to spend time helps reduce risk factors such as isolation, screen addiction, and unsafe behaviors. Libraries provide trusted adults and mentors, calm spaces for mental rest, and programming that builds confidence and resilience. A vibrant teen center shows young people that the library is for them. When teens feel included and empowered, they are more likely to become lifelong learners, readers, and community contributors. In conclusion, investing in a renovated teen center is investing in the next generation. It's a commitment to equity, education, and opportunity for all. Let's build a space that meets teens where they are and inspires them to grow into who they can become. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. Oh, yeah. Well, then she gets, I'll just. Good evening. Nikki Leanne here, and this is Gabby C. Fuentes. We are representing Body Brain Train tonight. We just wanted to thank you for your continued support. Without this community funding, we wouldn't be able to grow our program like we've been growing it in the past few years. Thank you, Councilman Ayala, for attending our Punch-a-thon last week. It's our biggest fundraiser of the year, and we got to watch several of our seniors sit or stand and hit the bag for 90 minutes. One of our seniors, we call him Bob 2 because we have several Bobs in our class. He hit the bag for 90 minutes, and unfortunately, Saturday evening, he was in a very bad car accident. He's okay. He was on that Sycamore and Alamo accident. So his caregiver had called us and said he probably wasn't going to make it through the night. And the next morning, Bob woke up, chatting away, remembered everything, remembered the firemen's names, everything. Calls me Tuesday. I just wanted to let you know I'm not running away. He wanted to make sure that we knew that he was okay and he couldn't attend class. So I went to visit him Sunday, and he was in the hospital. He has a broken neck, 47 stitches in his head, and he's laying in the hospital bed. I'm like, Bob, you look terrible. He goes, I'm mad. And I'm like, Bob, why are you so mad? He said, I'm out for 4 months. And I said, listen, you're alive, right? So he said, do you know how long 4 months is to an 89-year-old man? And it made us think, like, through all our burnout, and sometimes it gets to be a lot for us, that we just keep pushing forward for the Bobs in this community. And we couldn't do that without your support. So this funding is helping us hire more trainers and just keeping the energy going. So we just wanted to thank you tonight.
One last thing, Councilmember Ayala, thank you so much again, and you won a basket. So I'll go and email you.
Good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh, members of the City Council. My name's Gina Troncalli, and I'm with the Simi Valley Cultural Arts Center Foundation. It's always a long name to say, but I'm very excited to represent them and the Cultural Arts Center's Hispanic Heritage Festival. Last year, the Community Projects Grant that we got of $10,000 allowed us to bring that to the city of Simi Valley for the first time. It was very exciting. We had, we estimate about 1,000 people came to the center, people who had never been there before. So it was really great to have our beautiful city's Cultural Arts Center have people come there who had never been there before. And it's a Hispanic Heritage Festival, but people from all backgrounds come and enjoy the festival. We have food vendors, arts and crafts vendors. We have art exhibits in the gallery, in the theater. Last year we had a Oaxacan weaver, and then we had the Park and Rec big mobile stage in the parking lot when we were able to give performances, ballet folklorico, mariachi, Peruvian dancers, Aztec dancers. It was just a beautiful festival that brought the community together. We did not make the top 10 out of the 23 applicants this year of the Community Projects Grant. So I'm here today to see if there's any funds that could be designated for us to help us put this festival on again this year. We've been planning since January. We're working towards this. This year, we're looking to work with the Historical Society to bring information about our Mexican heritage that goes all the way to, back to the agricultural times of the beginning of the last century. So we really would like to ask you for your support. This festival is free to the public, which was wonderful. It also created economic opportunities and exposures for local and small businesses. We had over 40 arts and crafts vendors, restaurants and food vendors, giving shopping and dining experiences. You know, it provides an enriching cultural and educational experience for the community, and it brings the community together, which is, I think, the most important thing. We want to have things in our community that bring us together in a really positive way. So if there's any way that you can bring some funds our way to help us fund this, you know, we want to pay our artists something, our performers. You know, we rent tables and chairs, and we rent the stage and a canopy, a shade canopy in the back parking lot because it's a little bit hot in September. This event is September 27th. So those are the kinds of things that we will be spending our money on. Not too much, but we would appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
It was a wonderful event, Gina. I was there last year.
Yes, I
And
remember, and you
basket.
won. You won some prizes. Thank
It was
you.
great. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Miriam Sidra, Sandra Fernandez-Achenbach, and Melissa Bumstead. Sarah Sauer. Oh, you're Melissa? Oh, I'm sorry, Melissa?
Hi.
Thank you.
Good, very late evening to Mayor Canova and the Simi Valley City Council members. Appreciate having this opportunity to speak to you. I'm Melissa Bumstead with Parents Against the Santa Susana Field Lab. We've come into a unique opportunity to start being founding members and leadership of several different air quality coalitions. Because of our experience with collecting air samples through the Woolsey Fire, we were invited by the Air Quality Consortium, academic consortium, including UCLA, UC Davis, USC, UCSB, Caltech, Harvard, and many, many, many other organizations who have taken academic interest in trying to protect residents from the LA fire. Through our past involvement, we were able to start the Los Angeles Community Clean Air Coalition, and we are now working with a new group that we're calling the AQ Conejo Valley, which is focusing on clean air. As you've heard, there are a lot of concerns about the landfill, and I'm very excited to present an opportunity for the city of Simi Valley, the city of Moore Park, Ventura County, to come together and create an independent air quality monitoring system. This would be part of the Phoenix network, which Caltech has created. They have over 45 similar monitors in the Pasadena, Altadena area. And fortunately, they found they've been monitoring black carbon along the trucking routes and are finding limited migration of that contamination. That kind of data puts confidence in residents. That's kind of information that they could access in real time, online, and be able to see for themselves. So how could potential contamination from the Simi Valley landfill be impacting them? So for the people of Altadena, it has been a big reassurance. That's something we would like to see as a reassurance here also. Should contamination migrate at all, it would give elected officials opportunities to take protective measures. It's a tool that we would like to present. I've sent out invitations tomorrow for our first meeting that we'll be having with a wide range of interested parties. It's something we think that is actually considerably affordable for this type of technology. It's incredibly cutting edge technology, even including speciation, which hardly anyone in the world has, but there is an opportunity to bring that to Simi Valley that could actually tell which specific types of contaminants could potentially reach residents should that be happening. So I'd like to open that invitation and hope to speak with you again about this. Thank you.
Sarah Sauer. And the last speaker, Greg Litster.
Oh. You were hiding back there. I didn't see you.
Absolutely. I could either be obedient or I could come and say what I think needs to be said. And John Lapper pulled a Litster, so I'm.
He's sleeping on the couch tonight, just to be very clear.
I was reading, I'm commenting about the proposed Simi sewer fee hike, which I am completely opposed to. It is just completely wrong because it's being financed the wrong way. And as I read this article in the Acorn, it's just incomplete. And I want to fill in the rest of the blanks that I think need to be said. But one of the things that has occurred to me, Ronald Reagan, in 1980, he asked the question, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? And we know the answer to that because you had the Jimmy Carter inflation. We have just been through 4 years of the Joe Biden inflation. And if we were to ask the Simi Valley residents today, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? What do you think they would say? And yet 5 years ago, the city council raised fees, 45%, the sewer connection fees, 45%. No one anticipated that time they were going to have 4 years of inflation, but they got hammered. And now once again, here you come, here, let's raise them some more because this is the way, you know. And the Acorn, which is really amazing to me, it says Public Works Director Ron Fuchiwaki, who I admire, said the increases are necessary to help fund the city's $71 million plan for 49 capital improvement projects. 5 years ago, I read a report, there's $160 million of unfunded capital improvements. And that was 5 years ago. What happened to $90 million? We're reading $71 million for 49 projects. How many total projects are there? Now, as we get into this a little bit further, I was a banker 18 years. And in business school and banking loan training, I went to Union Bank's loan training program, you're taught that when you have a long-term asset, you're acquiring a long-term asset, you do long-term financing. If you're a contractor and you're gonna buy some skip loader, you're not gonna pay for it out of cash, you're gonna get a 7-year loan. Same kind of thing. 50 years, according to Ron, we have an old system and we're doing work that's now expected to last 50 to 100 years. Well, it's a pretty safe statement because no one in this room is going to be around in 50 years, but the concept is still the same. Now, I'll tell you what was really funny to me, and not funny, it's sad, is that while the city 5 years ago said, no, we're not going to do these bonds, what they did vote for were pension obligation bonds. This is a long-term finance. It should be financed with 30-year money and not take it out on the current residents. There's more and more people that are on fixed incomes that just can't get it anymore. And I think you should vote not do this. And Joe, if you vote for it, it's really bad. The people who want to run for your seat will bring this up forever, and it'll be, just done for. So sorry to hear that.
All right, thank you.
Okay, that couch is going to be very nice.
He may not even get the couch. He may be outside, just to be very clear. He knows the rules. He's not allowed to come, but that's okay.
I was going to say, he's not supposed to come.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 6A, City Council comments regarding all public statements. 4 and 6.
Please let Elaine go first.
She hasn't pushed her button
I
yet.
haven't pushed my
I
button.
want to hear it.
I don't have anyone that wishes to, okay. Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Judge. We're not on consent agenda yet. We're on, that's all right. We moved everything around. Mm-hmm.
We're going to be moving on to consent now, so that's going to get a little weird. But I don't really have anything specific. Like I said about the landfill and the stuff going on over there, my concerns were the same concerns as yours when it first started happening. I just want to make it clear that this is an emergency of epic proportions that we're not victims of this time. Simi Valley has been the victims of fires before and other things. This is one of those times where all the communities around that area have to come together and help people out. The people that own those properties want to get their land cleared, and they want to be able to rebuild. Some of them won't. A lot of them won't, actually, because of the prices today. But like I said, this is an emergency where we all have to come together. God forbid this ever happened to our city. I would expect every community around us to come together and help us too. And that's what we're doing with our landfill. My mind was put at ease a long time ago as far as the toxicity of the stuff going in there, which is no more toxic than your own garbage in your cans, no matter how many people go to the Times and write stuff they can't prove. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. Councilmember Litzter?
So I'm not going to comment on that last one. The time will come when we talk to sewer rates. I wanted to thank everyone who's here who represent wonderful nonprofits and organizations that do so much. And it is, and so deserving, all of you, and it's very hard because I know as I read through with 23 applicants and only 10 recipients, that means 13 that didn't receive, and anyway, we'll be talking about it more in a little bit, but I just wanted to commend all of you and say how incredibly deserving you are all of receiving funds, and maybe that's what needs to come out of this, is that Waste Management doubles the grant monies we get for next. Don't you think that should be the net result? That's what so we'll be talking to them later behind the scenes, because I think that might be the solution. So I'm not going to really address any of the comments, although I will say I did want to thank Melissa Bumstead. I think it's what she's doing in terms of air quality. I think consortium. I think we always want to prove how safe things are, and so I'm certainly not opposed to that, and it would be worthy of having further conversations. But I too am pleased with what's taking place in our and what's in place right now to keep us safe. But I just want her to know that certainly it's worthy having that conversation further. And that concludes my thoughts.
Thank you. Councilmember Rhodes?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too wanted to thank everybody who came out and spoke on behalf of the nonprofits. It's one of the fun, tragic things we get to do is hand out money, but not enough. And we're going to have a discussion on that coming up next. And for all those that do good work in the city, thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and talk about our last speaker and say that when people bring information and opinions to City Council, it is appreciated, even if the source of their information is the Acorn as their source. What I don't appreciate is the veiled threat against City Council should they not act in a certain way. And I think Mr. Litzer should think about that in future comments to Council. It was inappropriate.
Thank you. Councilmember Ayala?
And for the last speaker, I'm just glad he thinks I'm Joe Ayala. I know. And I'm Joseph Ayala.
I didn't correct him. I know it's Joseph.
and I do think thank you, Councilmember Rhodes. And if I vote for this, I'm not the only one who might vote for it. So it's interesting that I was the one that was singled out. But I will vote the way that I think is best for the city and what I think the people want, and whatever ramifications come of that, that's what I take.
Thank you, Councilmember Ayala. I also just want to thank everybody for coming out tonight, and you guys have been here a long time. So we did move your item up next, so you don't have to go through the consent calendar. So that will help a little bit. All of you represent organizations that just are what help make this community great, and every single penny is used and utilized to its full extent, I know. But Natalie, I wanted to I hadn't really met you before with Many Mansions. You were so eloquent and you spoke, so thank you. Thank you for representing Many Mansions for us. I really appreciate that. So, and again, I also liked Councilmember Litzer's recommendation about doubling the money. I actually did, for the Cultural Arts Center, I said, why don't we ask Waste Management for some extra money? So don't tell them I said that, because they might get mad at us. But we can always ask, right? So all right. So those are just my comments. So we can move on to next item, please.
And the next item was moved up, so that's item 9A. Madam Mayor, award of fiscal year 2025-26 community projects grant program funds, and senior management analyst Cynthia McCullough is presenting this item.
I just want to start by saying our second meeting went shorter than this council meeting, so I appreciate your patience. Good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh and members of the City Council. As mentioned earlier tonight, in 2011, the City and Waste Management executed a memorandum of understanding which provides annual funding of $150,000 to the city for community projects and programs at the City Council's discretion. Subsequently, the City Council developed the Community Projects Grant Program to distribute funding and created the Community Projects Grant Review Committee to enhance the public's input into the process for developing funding recommendations. The application period for fiscal year 25-26 funding cycle began on January 14th and concluded on January 30th. A total of $590,000 was requested from 23 eligible nonprofit organizations that applied for funding. As you heard earlier this evening, the review committee met twice to establish the review process and make its funding recommendations for the fiscal year 25-26 funding cycle. The review committee's funding recommendations, as they will be displayed on the screen, are organized in order of review committee ranking. The review committee has recommended the following agencies receive funding: the Free Clinic of Simi Valley, the Samaritan Center, Cancer Support Community, Many Mansions, Body Brain Train, Gigi's Playhouse, Shepherd of the Valley, Sarah's House, the Simi Valley Library Foundation, and the Boys and Girls Club. Of these agencies, 8 are recommended for full funding. A minimum of $10,000 is recommended per request, which is consistent with the eligibility criteria adopted by the City Council. The review committee's funding recommendations attempted to maximize funding to as many agencies as possible while considering the needs of the community and recognizing that many deserving organizations and valuable projects would not receive funding. This concludes the presentation. Staff and some of the applicants are available to respond to your questions.
Do I have anyone wishing to speak or questions? Seeing none? Oh. Councilmember Litzler?
Let me put my mic on, just a little bit more to understand the process. And I understand that each participant did a ranking and in terms of what they're ranking. I'm gathering that there was a discussion to fully fund as opposed to partially fund. Was that was conscientious? Do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, so actually some of the committee members had asked that I bring that up, that the youth council member was the one that pointed out that they could fully fund almost all of the first top 10 organizations. And then they took a look at 2 other organizations, and based off of the amount that they had requested, they gave them less funding to make the even $150,000. Each organization during the process had said that they could take less. I do want to call out that there were 3 organizations that had updated their funding request. 2 of them had actually asked for more and then let us know during the meeting that they were actually going to request less. There was one organization that, due to inflation and tariffs, had actually increased the amount. It was up to the committee's discretion if they wanted to take that into account. So as you can see on the screen, the Free Clinic and Sarah's House both asked for less, and then the Simi Valley Library Foundation increased their amount. Sarah's House and the Boys and Girls Club are the two organizations that are not fully recommended for full funding.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, thank you. And I'm assuming, now this is a question for our city manager, I'm assuming there's no other pots of money lying around at the moment that you want to expose.
I haven't found them yet, but I'll keep looking.
I don't have any further questions. I want to make a couple of comments, and that was it, if that's right. Is now the time, or do others want to make questions first?
No, this is it.
Okay. I guess what I came to as I went through, I realized that you have 7 people participating in this process who have different objectives of what's important, what isn't, as they go through funding. I thought it was interesting that 2 entities received first place votes but didn't make the top 10, just to show that the variety of beliefs in terms of needs, and there are so many deserving. And I realize if I had been the one doing it, I would probably rank things slightly different because my values might be different. For instance, I think YMCA is so deserving for their water program that keeps children from drowning and learning how to swim. I would have absolutely put them in the top 10 somewhere. But I recognize that I wasn't on that committee. And I'm appreciative of all the efforts of those that were. And so at this time, I'm not going to recommend any changes. I just really wished we had more money, and I really do want us to go back to Waste Management and say, you know, you're really busy now. We're sure that there's more money that you could help our nonprofits out. So we'll see where that goes. Those are my thoughts.
We just don't want to push them too far.
Agreed.
They're still good neighbors. Any other questions, concerns? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor, I move that we award $150,000 in community projects grant funding for fiscal year 25-26 to the agencies as recommended by the review committee, and authorize the city manager to approve final scopes of work to match final funding awards and execute contracts.
Second.
Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
And just apologies to those here who are so deserving that didn't receive funds. We know we want to give you money.
We'll try and find some more. Try.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 7, the consent calendar. And there are 3 resolutions for your consideration this evening. Consent item 9, resolution number 2025-11, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley approving the City of Simi Valley's Title VI program. Consent item 10, resolution number 2025-12, a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute the certifications and assurances and appoint authorized agent for any actions necessary for the purpose of obtaining the Low Carbon Transit Operations Program funds. And consent item 11, resolution number 2025-13, a resolution declaring the city council's intent to levy and collect assessments for fiscal year 2025-26 in Simi Valley Landscape District Number 1 pursuant to Streets and Highways Code 22624, and setting a time and place for a public hearing.
Councilmember Litster?
I believe that Mike already mentioned he wanted to pull item 7, but I would also like to have a discussion about item 4.
Well, nothing's been pulled yet, so.
I'm sorry.
So you want,
I would like 4, and I believe, and 7 along with with Mayor Pro Tem Judge.
any others? We have a motion to approve 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Thank you.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Call the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Go on to consent item 4.
So thank you. I wanted to discuss item, did I say 4?
Yes.
Did I get the right one? Is that the REAP one?
Yeah.
Why is that come? Okay, I'm sorry. I've got so many comments in my, okay, thank you. I've got to get back to my, so many comments in my iPad. I apologize. Okay. So I sit on VCOG's board, and basically this item is that they have applied for REAP funds from SCAG to basically do something to help in housing development, et cetera. And so as I understand this particular item, basically they're putting it out to any cities if they would like to do infill development somewhere. They would be happy to come up with a plan and basically do some planning and tell you how you could do it. And specifically, we are being asked to approve that basically planners go forward and look at our Metrolink train station parking lot, which is currently owned, not currently, it is owned by the city. We have that. We own that lot. I've had developers through the years approach me saying, boy, I could do something great with that lot. So we know that it's there. We know it's available to do something with if we so chose to. We know it's part of our Envision See Me potential plan. I guess my concern, and this is where I'd like to have a conversation with my fellow council members, because I'm not opposed to doing maybe something in the corner, maybe an SRO, I don't know, but I'm a little concerned that if we go forward and say, yes, go ahead, we want you to give us a plan of what we could do with development here. And as I read the report, they go through and make these suggestions, you could do this, and then it will come back to us. In fact, that one of the requirements, if you read page 5, is that when that report comes back to it, is going to come back with a clear recommendation from the city that we should adopt that plan. And I am a little concerned that if we go ahead and come up with a development plan for that parking area, it just puts it on the radar that we are looking to develop it, and I'm not convinced right now that I want it developed. And so I guess I know we could always, at any time, there are developers that would gladly do, if we wanted to say, do something with this corner, do something here. There's no question we could get someone who'd be happy to take our land and develop it. But my question is this really what we want to do, to signal to developers that we have this parcel and here's a way that, and we want it developed? So I'm just asking council members how you feel about this, because I think it's signaling. Well, I think it could have some problems if we do it. I understand there's no obligation to do it. However, it's going to come back to us with a recommendation that we should do it, because that's what's required by this, at least what it says in the report.
Councilmember Rhodes.
My relationship to the REAP program is that I sit on SCAG and the Community Economic Human Development Committee, and a lot of the REAP monies are sort of channeled through there, and we vote on them. And it's an excellent program, and it does help cities offset costs of hiring consultants for development ideas and so on. And my first reading of this, I went, cool, we can come up with like 3 interesting plans that we could use for that station. Then it was brought to my attention that this is actually looking to be an actionable plan, that we're going to pick of the 3 and go, yeah, let's do that. And I'm not convinced that I'm, in the same spirit that you're asking the question, I'm not convinced that I'm ready to take an actionable plan and start implementing it, because I believe there are others who might also have plans for that property. It's like the town center, it's a important asset that we have, and I don't want to be pigeonholed into one of 3 solutions. But I wanted to ask staff, what's your interpretation of the outcome of this type of report? If we accept these funds and accept the consultant help, are we in any way obligating ourselves to go forward with the project, and then perhaps also address Councilwoman Litzter's concern that it will then put us on the radar and put an extreme pressure that we actually should do something with that property before perhaps we're ready to?
Yes, Councilmember Rhodes, members of the City Council. Let me try to answer that question and address those comments. The funding was presented to cities of Ventura County, and our approach was to we just adopted the Envision Simi Valley program. We would use these fundings to create a design concept using those new standards we created to use as a showcase for future developers anywhere in the Envision specific plan area to show how our new standards could create a residential mixed-use concept. Then the question arose, says, well, should we provide a site as a demonstration location? Then there's discussion, should it be a privately owned site or a publicly owned site? So we chose a Metrolink station because it's city-owned. It provides access to the consultant to take measurements and not act as favoritism to some other vacant lot in the city. This would be the site where a SRO mixed-use semi-commercial site could be evaluated based on the setback height limit, stair-stepping of the building, on how that could be envisioned to be implemented anywhere in the new Tappan mixed-use district or perhaps the Los Angeles Avenue corridor. While there is a benefit that it's also at a transit station, so some of the considerations is to build a project that could incorporate with the Metrolink and the transit station, address parking for the new residential component. It does not mean we have to build a transit project at that location. The outcome would be for the consultant to identify issues in our specific plan. It may require a specific plan amendment to envision to make something that's more feasible. It's a trial basis, it's a concept to see how the standards we just created, how effective they are, and are they feasible. It's not meant to create a development at Metrolink per se. That's more of a bonus option. The deliverable would be potential suggestions on how to amend the specific plan. And also the deliverable as we saw it is it provides a design guideline, which is a guideline, not an approved building or an approved code. A guideline is just images, drawings, which we could present to developers on how to implement Envision Simi Valley on this site, on another site, Los Angeles Avenue, Taplow Street, any of those locations. It does not nail down this location. That's how we see it.
Thank you for that. That would be my hope for the outcome of this. I'm just rereading that underlined part in section 3, and yeah, it doesn't take our ability away, but it's a strong implementation component incorporated. Yeah, I want to be careful treading on this thing, because once we say, hey, yeah, give us funds, once again, we don't want to be committing to actually doing something with that site yet. But if it actually has the side benefits of creating a template for our Envision Simi, well, then that's a good thing.
It does specifically say conceptual infill redevelopment planning of the Metrolink train station site. So I'm not quite understanding how we see this as applicable anywhere else.
The Metrolink site is in the Taplow mixed-use district, which is the same zoning specific plan district as, for example, the Taplow Street itself. So the zoning boundaries extend all the way over to the Metrolink station. We're just looking for a dimensional project. It doesn't have, which happens to be a city-owned property, so we could kind of evaluate conditions to see how it implements, like I said, the setbacks, height limits, design theme for any sort of mixed-use project. The location in doing this proposal is secondary. This is more of a convenience in a sense that the site is under our control and we wouldn't be having to involve other property owners who have other vacant lots. Yes, we have several sites in the specific plan area that are due for redevelopment. We didn't want to pick favorites to present a concept project. We said, let's just choose this piece of land to create this design concept. While it is a Metrolink site, let's just address parking issues. There may be parking issues at an existing shopping center. It's the same difference. There's always needs. But no, this is not a plan. We don't intend to present a plan for future adoption. It's more of a concept drawing versus the square boxes that are shown in the specific plan right now. This would be more measured out design.
If I could say one more, and I'm hearing you, then explain to me, go to page 5 of the, this is the contract, or this is basically what is agreed with VCOG. This is what it gives you what the purpose is. And actionable, deliverable, and/or action plan, under 3, it says, notwithstanding such acknowledgement, the city agrees that the REAP 2.0 program developed in accordance with this MOU will be accompanied with a recommendation for adoption to its city council.
That's correct. Adoption is a number of items. It could be a specific plan amendment. It could be a design guideline. Either of those, well, the design guideline is not a approval of a project. It is a design theme. So that's the primary goal of it. The specific plan may identify, not the specific plan, the outcome of the architect's review of the specific plan may come up with modifications of the specific plan to make a more effective project. It doesn't mean the city has to adopt a redevelopment plan of the Metrolink station. It's just a concept.
So, and then one more question. So will you restrict it? I mean, obviously, the parking, how many acres is that parking lot? It's,
Around 6.
and so I'm not quite seeing how other parcels that applies 6 acres, where, I mean, if they are going to give us something that says this is how you can develop 6 acres, it doesn't, I'm and saying that it could be used elsewhere. I'm just trying to understand how it could be applicable elsewhere.
Yeah,
Are you
we
gonna
have
restrict it
the
just to 1 acre or half an acre or something?
no, absolutely. We have the ability to make a smaller project.
So is that what you're going to ask of the developer then, to give us something, a small scale, or?
With the comments received tonight, we'll certainly scale a certain project. It could be a small piece, it could be a larger piece. It's not, obviously 6 acres is not necessarily consistent with other sites in the city, but we also have to account for parking. So there's lots of factors we have to look at. But no, it's not intended to be a full-scale structure that covers the whole building. Parking would be replaced. There would be a supplemental parking analysis to determine that Metrolink painters are maintained. We're aware of the community events that are across the street where this parking lot serves as an overflow. So we are aware of those factors. So if it's a small building, that small building could be used as a demonstration piece for another small parcel elsewhere in the city. It's just showing how Envision works on various locations.
Councilmember Ayala?
I also see the strong implementation component piece in there. But in addition to that, it says that we also would agree that all of these documents and the results be provided to the state. And does that then, does that open us up to the state saying you now have to build on that? If they now, go ahead if someone else has a comment.
Councilmember Ayala, we have it's already zoned for mixed use, so the state has already aware of our mixed use zoning for this designation. So that's already been covered as far as the state goes.
Does staff have the ability to do this on their own? Like if we did not have consultants to do this, does the staff have the ability to do this type of study on their own?
So yes and no. Staff, there's certain staff with certain expertise. Sometimes we have architects on staff, sometimes we have engineers on staff. The consultant funding is an option to take more of an expert, which is RM Architects in this case with Jensen Design, to design a building within a certain realm that includes mixed-use components like commercial and a certain amount of density, perhaps on a second or third floor, while addressing parking situations for a particular parcel.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we need to rely on outside sources to do this study, or if we had internal resources who could do it, which means that we would then not have to sign an MOU and things like that. Because it would just be an internal document and study.
If this belays any fears at all on that reporting back, any REAP program, we're spending Sacramento money, and that's how it comes through SCAG, and so all of that information gets reported back, and this is a way of saying, hey, we're reporting back. I'm always skeptical about getting on the radar, but as pointed out, the land use is already the land use. I'm seeing the value in hiring expert consultants on still, I guess, taxpayer dime, but not our direct taxpayer's dime, to get this type of a design plan done for Envision CME, and that might move Envision CME along more quickly if we can show somebody, here, look, this is what we envision CME. So I'm on board with this, and less skeptical now, knowing that the deliverable, the outcome that we're going to sign off on, is the actual design elements, not that we are actually accepting a plan.
Then what does it mean when it says the design guideline package made available to potential developers interested in developing? Are you proactively going to be doing that and saying, hey, we did this, now you can come develop, or what? How is that going to work?
Well, that would be the outcome of the plan, is to showcase the results of this project. This concept drawing is essentially a design guideline to show how the standards that we just adopted, how they may be implemented in an actual building that was designed well past just the square box and the drawing in the specific plan. This has a professional architect take a look at our standards and create a building concept that is feasible, whatever the dimensions are.
And I guess I would love that on Tapple Street. I'm just not sure I want it right at the train station. But I understand why you're saying that that's the land we're using. Okay, interesting.
I'll go ahead and move, unless there's more comments, I'll move acceptance of this item.
Second.
Call for the vote.
The motion passes with Councilmember Lister voting no.
Thank you. Now, item 7, Councilmember Lister, you wanted it pulled, but Mayor Pro Tem Judge, did you have concerns too?
Ancillary duties on VCTC and on SCAG's Transportation Committee. Electric buses tend not to work. We buy electric buses from a company. This is the sad stories and the horror stories I've heard is cities buy electric buses from companies. They get the buses go broke, and the company is no longer in business to repair them. So my concern is 2 things. Number one, I know that the state has told us we can't buy, am I correct in saying the state has told us we cannot buy more natural gas buses?
Right. Phase 1 is 25% replacement purchase. So let's just say we buy 6, for example. Our next purchase, if the state or feds change the guidance, there's nothing to say we can't buy CNG for the next round, because half of our fleet will be still CNG and we'll have some portion of it electric.
Do the funds in this proposal here cover, I'm sure it has to, cover putting the charging stations in and everything like that?
Yes, we have, not this specific grant, but we have grant funding for electric charging stations. Yes, we do.
Okay. And then for a CNG facility, are we still going to be running buses that use that, or what happens? Because that was a lot of money to build that CNG facility.
Yeah, so we'll have the 6, and then we'll have probably 5 to 6 CNG buses, and additional 8 to 10 dial-ride vans that are also CNG. So at minimum, our CNG facility will be in operation, the useful life of those buses are at least another 7 to 12 years. So it'd be kind of like 50% electric, 60% CNG, or 50-50, I should say.
And have we already received those vans, for the electric vans we were going to use for the dial-a-ride system?
Yes. Yes.
How are they working?
We haven't put them into service yet. Those will be hopefully in the next 4 to 8 weeks. This is for the microtransit services. So we did purchase portable chargers, and then we're putting the infrastructure in, like just similar to what we just see outside the police station, smaller charging stations.
I know we have the money, the grant money for this, and the grant money expires, but I can't support this just on the fact that I have not heard a lot of good things about electric buses.
Councilmember Lister?
So let me understand. This is basically it's $6.5 million. I'm sorry, $8 million to purchase $8.5 million to purchase 6 electric buses at the price of $1.5 million each. And I'm doing this from memory, but basically we have a grant for 4.5 million. Is that
Right. That's correct, right about that.
And
Yes.
then we take the rest of our funds from money that we've accumulated, basically.
Right, that's additional local state funds that we have for using for local match for any capital projects and also operating costs.
So those, just to be clear, 4.5 million are grant funds, but 3.5 million are funds that we already have that could be used for something else.
Correct. And a portion of that, for example, let's just say we bought more CNG vehicles in 2 years. So when you buy buses, it's at 80% federal, 20% local state funds, so you would still use 20% to fund that grant, if that makes sense. Now, as a result, as it mentioned in the staff report, the tariffs and then the increased
That's
costs
why
of
we're
the
agreeing to
parts.
pay about $500,000 in tariffs with this contract.
Right,
But it
because
could
it's 6
change.
vehicles, right.
Right. And as I read the contract too, there's a whole price listing for training to drive, training to repair, et cetera, Is any of that training part of this $8 million, or is that's basically on top of it if we wanted to?
Right, that'll be pretty much add-ons, like any vehicle when we buy buses or like a car.
So if we wanted to train our mechanics, or if we wanted to train
Yes.
our drivers how to use, we'd pay additional.
Right.
I'm kind of with you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay. And so basically, that grant, if we don't use it by July 1st, it's gone. Is
Right.
that right?
Yes, it was awarded in 2023, and then we got another extension, asked the state for another extension, and so we have to at least execute the contract with the manufacturer by, I believe, June 30th or something, July 1st.
Of
right
this
around there.
year.
Right.
And the electric charging stations that we have in place, or don't have in place yet?
We do not.
We don't have any, so for the electric vans that we've already purchased, that are not yet the charging stations are going to be placed where? Out at, are they going to be here at the corner, or are they?
PSC.
Okay.
Right.
And so those charging stations will be put in place whether or not we buy these buses.
Right, for the vans, but also, a side note, we also did ask the Federal Transit Administration for grant funding for the overall infrastructure to charge the 6 vehicles.
Because it's different charging. They're not interchangeable, is what you're saying.
Right, it'll be like level 2 and level 3 chargers, so it'll be a little bit on a bigger scale. So it's 2 different types of grant funds. So we'll have the charging stations for the microtransit service, and then we also secured funding to charge the 6 buses by the Federal Transit Administration. So that's also a grant that we were awarded as well.
Okay.
And just to clarify, Ben, if we do not accept the funding and do not move forward with this contract, then we would not be meeting the zero emission regulations. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the penalty?
I'm sorry?
What is the penalty if we don't meet that?
I'm not sure. Possible grant funding could be withheld. We have a replacement bus schedule that's due next year. So hypothetically, let's say if we let these grants funding go by the state, then we would have to reapply. I don't even know, that's something we have to look into, if the state would allow us to buy CNG vehicles. Right now, as it's written, you have to have, your replacement vehicles have to be zero emission, whether it's hydrogen or electric. So it's not that we can go back and buy CNG, at least at the moment. And then we have an aging fleet that we'd have to replace.
Councilmember Rhodes?
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm going to quote from a different staff report, but I've heard it said many times. And so now we can actually say that this is the last time we get to use this saying when we're talking about transit. And it says, quote, "The city's transit operations are entirely funded by federal and state resources, so it is crucial to maintain compliance with funding requirements." I am hearing we are now just buying buses, but we have to come up with our own 20% funding, and that there's basically $2.5 million of ask in here from what could be other infrastructure projects. And taking these buses, which I'm going to recommend that we do, but I don't necessarily recommend that we put them in operation. I think there'll be some other city someday that will go, hey, we'd really like to have some low-mile electric buses, and we can sell them to them at a really nice price while we go back to buying buses that work. The other thing about infrastructure money or other project money that would be needed to buy these buses is that those electric buses weigh substantially more than a conventional bus, and they're going to put more wear and tear on the roads, and it's going to be an additional infrastructure cost for us. I hate the idea of trying to implement unproven technology that's going to increase the expense of infrastructure replacement. But I don't want to lose federal funding, and in my mind, what's making this only acceptable to me is that I look at those buses as a bank account that I'm going to sell those off to somebody else when people get their heads on straight and go, this technology doesn't actually work. Is it possible to only buy 5 buses, spend less of our own money, and still be in compliance and use that grant money?
I'd have to check. So when we competed for the grant, we did say 6 vehicles. I don't know that answer if we could ask the state to buy less, and that may be something we could do because of the unforeseen increased cost of the tariffs, as an example.
I would like to buy as few as possible to maintain our funding level, and then see if we can actually come up with a competent, coherent plan moving forward that takes into account what's being, once again, rammed down our throats. But this path forward is just silly. And it's not you. I'm frustrated, and you're hearing it, but this is just tying up funds on a failed thing. It's somebody at some point has to say the emperor has no clothes, and maybe now is not the time to pull the rug out because we don't want to lose that federal funding. But this is frustrating.
Councilmember Ayala?
From a practical perspective, if we don't take these buses, how does it affect the city operations for transit?
The vehicles that we're trying to replace next year are aging. They're over 500,000 miles, and their useful life is roughly 12 years. We're going to be hitting the 12-year mark next year, and then our increased maintenance costs will go up. We'll be replacing transmissions, engines, things of that nature. So then we'll have to seek additional funding to put Band-Aids on an aging fleet.
Or in a year from now, you'll be coming back to us asking for approving of other buses anyway,
Right,
to replace the ones that you need.
right. But yeah, the hard part would be is the state saying, well, or federal.
Where are you gonna get the
government
money
saying,
from?
You have to buy, we're not giving you a grant if you don't buy zero emission buses.
Yeah.
Whether it's hydrogen or electric. So that's like, we're stuck between a rock and a hard place essentially.
Mayor Pro Tem Judge?
Thank you. Yeah, I don't want to beat a dead horse a whole lot, and I don't want to come off as the fact that I'm against the zero emissions concept. I'm against a concept that doesn't work, and electric buses don't work. Hydrogen it's an emerging technology. It's not there yet, but this technology as a bus has never been there. For cars, it's fine. And again, if your car breaks down, the city's not dependent on your car, but the city's going to be dependent on these buses. And yeah, but I don't want to put us in a bind where we're not going to be able to receive monies from the state or the feds in the future. I just wish there was a way we could put this on hold until either a technology comes online that works or cooler heads emerge higher up. And once we get them, they're ours. Nobody's going to buy these things.
Could we, and I'm hearing all this conversation, Ben, can you go back to them and say, okay, this was our original grant money, but the costs have gone up substantially since we applied for it. And can you ask about a minimal order to satisfy the grant? Maybe it's 4 buses, 3 buses, whatever, because our contribution is still substantial, and that's money that can be used for, if I'm not mistaken, part of it can be used for salaries, it's part of our transportation, et cetera, and it's also part of, other uses, if whatever that fund 720, whatever.
750.
750, thank you. So, I mean, obviously, we have to do the matching part and if I'm understanding, our match is, they're $4.5 million, we're $3.5 million to be able to come up with 6. What is their requirement? Is it a 2-to-1 match, a 1-to-1 match? What was that? What were the terms of that grant?
Well, I mean, at the time we applied for 6, hoping to get $4.5 million, and the price has gone up. So I don't see why we can go back to the state and ask and say, look, back then we were able to buy 6 with 4.5, now increase. So we want to still use the 4.5 to buy
whatever
4 as example.
And so at the time, was it to purchase the full price of the bus?
It was an estimated cost on the vendor at the time. So when we got the quote, it's probably in 2022 or so.
Interesting.
And then here we are 3 years later. So, right. Maybe 14 to 22 months, hopefully. Yes.
So could we maybe table this item to the next week or next meeting, and as you do that research to find out what might be acceptable with the grant funds, whether we could maybe lower our purchase and then bring it back before us? Is that something maybe my colleagues would be in favor of?
Or can we just set that as the direction of attempt to buy less? Because I don't want to miss out on I think we're coming up against a window.
Right.
And so I would say let's set it with the direction of attempt to buy less to meet the needs, and if not, we authorize, and then it doesn't have to come back to us, but we set the direction. Does that meet?
I think that would be fine. And just as a reminder to the council, the next meeting that we have on the agenda is the budget meeting. So that will be the primary topic, the June 9th meeting. And there is already a pretty substantial amount of consent calendar items on that agenda. I've been trying to keep it light on everything else, but just for the council's information.
Do I have a motion?
Let me say.
So, yeah.
I move the consent calendar with the amendment of, or consent item 7 with the amendment of, please buy as little as possible to meet our obligations for the funding.
And if a friendly amendment to that might be to you that we would like to use the grant in full without having to put additional funds to it. So whatever buses that will purchase, without would be our preference.
Is that a second? And
Second.
that's- 'cause you amended an amendment.
Yeah, I think we
So I need
probably
a
just want
clear-
to clarify
Yeah.
what the motion is.
Councilman Lister, why don't you just make the amendment, or make the motion? I withdraw mine.
Okay. I motion we go forward with this bus purchase, but only using the grant funds to purchase as much bus as we can without having to put additional city funds.
We have to use the 2.5. We don't have a choice, correct?
We have to, if we're unable to amend how many buses we can buy, then yes, we will have to supplement with the Fund $750.
Right.
So if we're able to amend how many buses we can buy, then that could impact the amount of money that we have to take from Fund 750. But just as a reminder to council, that is also not general fund dollars. So,
And it's 20% no matter what.
right.
So,
But and 20% though of $4.5 million
Right.
is
less.
Yeah.
$800,000.
Right. I just want to make sure that we
Right.
clarified
Understood.
that.
Yeah, you're right.
Because if staff is unable to amend how many buses that they're able to buy, then I want to make sure it's clear to staff that they can still move forward.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you. Call for the vote.
The motion passes with Mayor Pro Tem Judge voting no.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 8A, second reading of ordinance number 1363, establishing a schedule of sanitation fees and charges and repealing ordinance number 1300. The reading of the ordinance is as follows. Ordinance number 1363, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley establishing a schedule of sanitation fees and charges and repealing ordinance number 1300.
Mayor Pro Tem Judge?
I will move the adoption. Second reading.
I was hoping to make a comment before motion.
Okay.
But
Member Litzer?
first, thank you. First of all, I want to apologize in behalf of the Litster family for denigrating Mr. Councilmember Ayala. So I just want to be very clear that that was completely out of line, and I almost don't even want to address this issue because I'm so mad at Mr. Litster, because it was completely inappropriate and wrong. I wanted to clarify, because as you know, I was a no vote last time, and I felt I wasn't clear for the reason, so I just would like to go on the record to clarify that vote, because I am going to vote no again. But I want to make sure that people understand that I believe providing effective sewer service is critical, and I commend the work being done by our Public Works Department. And basically, they're engaged in replacing aging infrastructure to make sure, as Mr. Fujiwaki explained, that our sewer system is operational for 50 to 100 years to come. It's super important to get done, and this is a major capital work project. Last time, Mayor Kavanaugh mentioned that people in the past had paid all along, it's only fair to continue that system. And I was thinking about that comment, and I don't disagree, but I do think it was a bit different because I believe that originally the sewer infrastructure was paid for by developers as they built and developed neighborhoods. And so likely that cost was included in the house purchase price, et cetera. So basically, if the entire cost is $71.7 million to complete these 49 capital improvement projects, once this work is done, the next 4 or 5 years, whatever, we will basically, in the last 10 years, have raised rates 62.5% on our residents to do that improvement. And because basically, if I understand it, we're going forward, this is for 5 years at 3.5%, which is 17.5% in the next 5 years. I am a believer that when you have important capital works projects, the cost of the project should be amortized and shared over the life of the project and borne by all those who will be enjoying its benefit. So recognizing many of our seniors will not be around to enjoy it and our fixed incomes, I believe we should use our outstanding credit rating to secure a capital improvement bond to more fairly distribute the cost over the life of this project and not unduly burden our residents today. So that's why I'm voting no. And it's interesting, if we went out and had the bond funds now, we could actually do the whole renovation project now and not have to scatter it over a handful of years. It's my understanding that long-term assets should be financed with long-term sources. And we're doing it kind of backwards. In fact, it's interesting. I was just I went on Google because I was kind of curious to see how they recommended funding sewer infrastructure. Not Google. I went on the internet just because I was kind of curious, and this is the first thing that came up. It says, the most common and effective way to finance sewer infrastructure projects is through municipal bonds. These bonds allow utilities to borrow large sums at relatively low interest rates, often with repayment periods of 30 to 50 years. So anyway, I just wanted to go on the record why I'm going to choose to be voting no, but I do think that the project's critical, important, needs to go forward, and so if there was a way we could revisit the way we pay for it, I'm certainly in favor of that. And also, as was mentioned by Mayor Pro Tem Mike Judge, I think it's worthy looking at further at whether we should defray or do some tiered pricing if there are ADUs involved.
Well, I'm sorry, yeah, this is a second reading, so we can't discuss anything else.
I understand that. So I'm just putting that out there. The options obviously are to go forward and vote yes, or to vote no, or to table it for future conversation.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Judge?
I move to adopt ordinance number 1363.
Second.
Call for the vote.
The motion passes with Councilmember Lister voting no.
Now, can we talk about Greg some more?
If you need to.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 10A, Councilmember reports.
Councilmember reports, thank you very much. Councilmember Ayala.
On May 7th, I went to the Thrive Grove ribbon cutting ceremony, which was the new transitional housing development in Thousand Oaks. On Thursday, May 8th, I went to the volunteer training for the Traveling Veterans Memorial Wall, which is coming this weekend. I'm going to be helping to actually set it up on Friday. On Friday, May 9th, I went to the Chamber Breakfast. Saturday, May 10th, I went to the Punch-a-thon fundraiser, and I guess I won part of their raffle. On Monday, May 12th, I, along with Councilmember Lister and some of the staff, went on a tour of the shooting range. They taught us all about what goes on up there. On the 13th, again with Councilmember Lister, we did the ADA Paratransit Committee interview. We met a great lady who we think will be an amazing addition to the team. Also on the 13th, I attended via Zoom the public discussion for the Phase 1 groundwater cleanup of the field lab. On the 15th, I went to the Ventura County Animal Shelter Committee meeting, which was chaired by our mayor. I learned that in 2024, 8,800 animals were taken in by the shelter, 8,800, which is crazy to think about. On the 15th as well, Mayor Pro Tem Judge and I attended the PTA Honorary Awards, Service Awards, and we presented recognition certificates to 3 of the main honorees. And on Friday the 16th, I went to the Teen Wellness Night, which the Youth Council presented today, that showed that they had over 300 attendees.
Thank you. Councilmember Rhodes. Yours should be short. You were out of town.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On Tuesday, May 6th, I left for China. Came back last night. 7 seconds.
There you go. Appreciate that. Councilmember Lister.
Well, I'll be happy to use all your extra time. No, I won't. It is late. May 5th, Monday, May 5th, I did take an extensive tour of the waste management at the landfill, and that was very instructive. On Wednesday, May the 7th, I did meet with Mr. Tony Teague of Enzo Verde and Michael and Dennis, who are very concerned about trying to bring that project to fruition, and they are looking for secondary access. And so there may be further discussion in this body about if it's appropriate to help them. On Thursday, May 8th, I attended the Citizens Police Academy. On Sunday, May the 11th, it was Mother's Day, and I was part of Simi Valley Community Orchestra put on their very first fundraiser event to celebrate the culture and celebrate mothers, and it was really a beautiful event, and I want to thank Rancho Simi for basically opening, and Strathern Historical Park, for opening their doors and allowing them to perform there and do a beautiful event as their first concert ever. They've played for things, but that was their first official concert. On Monday, May 12th, I attended the Council on Aging and also the Shooting Range Tour, which was very instructive. May 13th, I appreciated having the opportunity to meet with our city attorney, Al Ford, and also do those ADA committee interviews, very interesting. And as mentioned, also attended the Susanna Fieldwater groundwater study. It was interesting. One of my takeaways is that basically this is phase 1, and they're trying to decide what are the best ways to look at 3 of 53 wells, and they involve basically monitoring natural attenuation was part of what they want to do, and there was some real backlash on that, suggesting that that's just let's watch it further and see what happens. So it was a very instructive event, and I believe, yeah, anyway, so it was very instructive. On Wednesday, May 14th, I attended the Wildfire and PSP preseason briefing for local and tribal government put on by Southern California Edison, and I think that Mayor Pro Tem Judge may have also been there. Yeah. A couple of things of my takeaways, and he may have a lot more to add. Of course, they talked about what they did, and of course, they shared why we have to do this, because one patrol observed 95 instances of damage on de-energized lines, and that's why it's so critical. But one of the things, they talked about their actions. Of course, we know about covered conductors, fire-resistant poles, protective devices. One of the things that they're now experimenting is with rapid earth fault current limiters that are used in Australia, and supposedly it just shuts it off. And so I'm hoping that we can, if it works in Australia, that we can get them here so we don't have to keep doing our PSPS events. One of the things, and I will ask maybe our city manager, is that be sure that they encourage that how to deal with PSPS events need to be part of the city's emergency preparation plan. And so I just think it's interesting that they want this to be basically internalized into something that's going to be normal, whether it's an earthquake, there's earthquakes, there's fires, and there's PSPS events, and it should just be part of our, anyway,
The temporary solution is becoming permanent.
That's what I'm
unfortunately.
finding, and that was a little bothersome to me. So anyway, so that was a meeting that we attended. On Thursday, May 15th, I did attend the mall merchants meeting, and they're a great bunch of merchants that are there, and I'm hopeful that the development will go forward in a positive way. Did a harp demo for Bona Vista. I attended a VCOG's board meeting. It was where we actually said goodbye to Hugh Riley, who has been the executive director of VCOG for many years, handful of years, and he will be missed. He was very effective at what he was at leading us. What also came out of the meeting, and I will send each of you a link to it, but basically they finally finished their regional broadband initiative, which is this document which talks about really how we can connect the entire county to be, I mean, obviously Simi Valley is ahead with its broadband initiative, but it's a way to connect the entire county into certain levels of broadband throughout. Anyway, I'll send that to you and you can take a look at it. I also graduated. Thank you, Mayor Kavanaugh, who was there in attendance, who gave me my pin. I graduated the Citizens Police Academy, and it was very instructive, and I appreciate the chief encouraging me to be a part of that, because it really was lots of great things to learn, and just very instructive. The only other thing that I wanted to mention, Saturday, May 17th, there was a Veterans Resource Fair that I attended over at Royal High School. It was just a phenomenal event. I wish there were more in attendance, so I think, but it was the first time it's been there. And it's the first time they have a walk for NAMI, which is the organization that fights mental illness, et cetera. They did it walking around the Royal Track. First time it's ever been in East Ventura County, and so I'm hopeful that we get even better support and it can be very successful in the future. And that ends my report.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Judge.
Thank you. I'll try to make it quick. I first want to make a correction of my colleagues. It is not the shooting range. It is the Simi Valley Police Training Facility. That is its name, just like we don't call the dump a dump anymore, and we don't call the mall a mall anymore. It is a Simi Valley Police Training Facility. That being said, on Wednesday, I met with Waste Management over concerns and questions of citizens about the landfill and the products going into it. And again, I got basically the same briefing we had tonight. It was very, very comprehensive, and I've heard it a lot now, so I can almost recite it verbatim. On Friday, May 9th, I attended a VCTC meeting where I have to point out a couple things that was done at that meeting. Number one, you'd be glad to know that during VCTC's 25-26 unmet transit needs survey, they found no unmet transit needs in the county of Ventura. So that's great. And the outreach was extensive. We also had action against, we're going to be removing all the call boxes on our VCTC responsibilities, which is all the highways in Ventura County. So I'm here to mention, in case people don't know, that if you're on the road and your car breaks down, instead of calling 911, use your cell phone to call 511. 511 is what you call for the emergency roadside assistance that we provide through VCTC on all county highways. On Thursday, May 15th, as was spoken by Councilmember Ayala, me and him attended the PTA, PTSA Council Honorary Service Awards. It was a fun night. They had it at Larson's, and it was very nice. I'm very happy to see all the recipients that got awards, and I was proud to help provide a couple of awards for the recipients that myself and Councilmember Ayala gave to. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you. On Wednesday, May 17th, I had my EDC Executive Committee meeting. Another good meeting. We have Kristen Dekas, the head of the Port of Hueneme, so she was sharing her thoughts on tariffs and how it's affecting the port and all the movement at LA and Long Beach. So it was very interesting. On Sunday, yes, it was Mother's Day. Thank you. We went to a local restaurant. It was very nice. On I think Thursday, May 15th, I was very busy. I started with the Ventura County Animal Services meeting in the morning, which Councilmember Ayala attended. We had some really good information. I don't want to take up too much time because it's late, but we're still, back in February, we transported 37 animals to Wisconsin, most of them huskies, and they went to 2 rescues. So Estevan Rodriguez, who is our new director, has made he's going to try to continue to do that, to outreach. Right now, he's looking in the state of Washington to take some other animals from us. One of the problems we're having, you saw our intake numbers, is we're considered a no-kill shelter because we are over a 90% live release. We're at like 97% live release. So what's happening is people are pulling animals out of the rescues instead of coming to our shelter, are pulling them out of kill shelters. So that, because they know we're not going to euthanize, and so we're losing a lot of that assistance right there. Another concern is with the closure of Santa Paula's, with Spark is closed, and then LA's possibly going to be start closing shelters. So we're a little concerned about what that's going to do to Ventura County. But two really good things is our dual language documents are almost done. They're 60 to 70% done. And then the best thing is the Board of Supervisors accepted a $1.7 million grant from our Animal Services Foundation to purchase a portable spay and neuter trailer that will be going throughout the county, offering free and low-income spay and neuter. So that's a very exciting thing for animals. For what?
Are the dual languages dog and cat?
Yes, they are. And guinea pig. And also on the same day, the 15th, we had our regular board meeting for the EDC. where we discussed the broadband consortium ad nauseum, or ad nauseum, I guess it is, ad nauseum, because we've been working on that for quite a while. And then I attended the graduation of the Citizens Academy at 6:30. It was great to see all those people, Councilmember Litzer, and it was really a very interesting group. They were very interested in everything going on. They asked good questions, and you could tell they really enjoyed themselves. And I told them now that they were done with the Citizens Academy, they can sign up for CERT. They have all that free time. So on Friday, May 16th, I had met with our city manager to went over some things. On Saturday, May 17th, this is kind of off the topic, but I drove Rocky's and my exchange student daughter to Royals prom. So that was a lot of fun to see all the kids out there all dressed up in their prom outfits. And then this morning, or today before the meeting, May 19th, I met with the town center representatives. And that's the end of my report. I'll keep it short and sweet there. So the next item,
Can I add 3 seconds?
no, because we're almost getting to 11:30.
I have to. I got back on Sunday, which was still technically my 29th wedding anniversary. And, you know,
Oh, yes,
though my spouse didn't come to council and never mind.
give you flowers, but I'll say happy anniversary, Kim. Okay. Do we have any items for agenda? I know, that's what I'm saying. Don't say it now. We can't start a new item. Okay. Nothing? Okay, nothing at this time. Unfortunately, we're going to be closing in memory of a couple of people. One is we're adjourning in memory of Paul and Matthew Kirkovitz. They were the victims of the plane crash in Wood Ranch. Thankfully, nobody else was hurt or injured, but sorry to their family. We send out our condolences. The next one's a little bit even harder. We lost Dick Rhodes, a mainstay of Simi Valley. He was on the board of directors of Simi Valley Bank when I worked there for 12 years before Union Bank bought us. And most people know him as the owner of Green Acres Market. I was joking with one of his friends. He said, I want to rename LA Avenue Dick Rhodes Street. And I said, no. I said, but you can name that left turn lane after him, the one he did into his parking lot. So that we're going to call that Dick's Left Turn. So, but no, in all seriousness, Dick has contributed so much to this community over all the time, and condolences out to Brenda, his wife, and Julie, his daughter. So with that, we'll adjourn.